the amount of data.
Yeah. Zoom. Okay. You lose my beautiful face, but okay. We are already on YouTube. Why I'm still seeing? Okay. You lose my beautiful face. But... And a recording.
Ciao Stefania.
Okay, last 5 minutes. Ciao, Don Ernesto. Ciao Stefania.
Oh, ben trovato.
Nel mio schema, Jan Stefano è al centro, come il padre.
Come sempre, come sempre, come sempre.
Il mio è proprio spostato.
Yeah. Quando Stefania è entrata, le cose sono cambiate.
Elsa.
E intelligenza artificiale scopre chi è importante per chi.
Sul mio schermo è Ernesto al centro.
E oso in mine.
Perché sono il più largo.
Altro dopo Dio. È secondo dopo Dio. Okay, so let's shift into English.
Okay. Sister Mary also
Okay.
Ernesto is there. Sister Mary is there. Anna is there. Of course, Father Michael is there. So we have all the speaker in the morning. Welcome, Sister Mary. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, so if I...
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good afternoon.
For me, good morning.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try see.
Yeah, so please excuse me now for about 30 minutes. I go to the meeting of the department. I arrive as soon as possible. Wishing you a good start, Nicoletta and colleagues, and see you soon.
All the best, Franz. We are waiting you back. Welcome, Marivon.
Hello to you all. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, I think, no?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'm happy that also Professor Chapoy was able to join us from Pakistan. Oh, can you hear you?
Hi.
Wonderful.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome also Dr. Borlagno that I join us.
Thank you.
Dr. Chapoy is from Ghana, but now is attending a program in Pakistan. So, okay, great. Also, Brenda Chapon is coming.
Hello.
Welcome, Amanda. You are the first one to join us. Good morning, Albert.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor Gatti.
Happy that you were able to join us also today. Great.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so
Your audio is
what I will be appearing, disappearing because I have yeah. Nicoletta, so present, it's better now, the
yes,
audio?
now it's better.
Yeah, better.
No. Yes, okay. So I'm still fighting with internet. Yeah. Okay.
Great.
So
We wait a couple of minutes. Okay.
just to say that
we
for the document
lost you.
We have lost the secretary.
Exactly. Nicoletta, go ahead. Okay. Very simple message. We wait only a couple of minutes, and after we start to see if somebody else is join us. I see that Dr. Garvin join us, Dr. Borlagno join us. All of you are really welcome. Our secretary has a bit of problem today because the main connection of the center where he's staying now in India has problem. So he's connecting through a phone. For this reason, today is not really totally present, but we hope to have him as much as possible. Thanks be to God, Sister Anne, will be in charge of all these technical problems, so she will be able to deal with everything. Okay, great. Welcome, Professor Aye. Nelson, welcome.
Thank you, Prof.
I see that slowly. Nelson is also Ghanaian, but is connecting from Virginia in the United States, where now is. So we are a bit from different corner of the world.
Yes.
You can see from the way he's dressed that he's not in Ghana, because in Ghana we are dressed like that in a very.
Yeah, it snowed here yesterday night, so it's a bit cold.
If you agree, I think that we can start our section so that we can respect the time. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who presented yesterday, because from the comment that I was able to receive, the impression was very positive, both from the people who were attending, but also for the many people who were following in streaming. No more than 90 people were following us on streaming. And some people are also following now, listening yesterday and join us today. So I would like to give to all of you a warm welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, according to the part of the world that you are listening to us. If yesterday was a beautiful day, today we have another very exciting day. Our day we start in India with Father Michael, and we land in Pakistan with Professor Chepor. In the middle, we are going to to Italy to listen Professor Borghi, Nigeria to meet Sister Obiara. We go back to Rome with Sister Anna, but Anna will bring us very far in Papua New Guinea. In the afternoon, we have two exciting meetings, one from Ghana, Reverend Chapong, and as I anticipate, Professor Chapoy from a Ghanaian, but in this moment in Pakistan. So thank you so much. Yesterday, we put on the center our three words, culture, Bible, identity. And from the comment that thank you to the work of Sister Anne emerged from us at the end, we realize the complexity, the beauty, the challenge that are present in this interconnection. Before starting, I need to assure you, some of you had a problem to fill the form, okay? But don't worry about that. Listen, take note, because at the end of the section, either Sister Anne or Father Jan will help us to understand better how to use that. No? And they will propose also alternative modality to be present with your comment. Of course, at the end of each presentation, there will be more or less 10 minutes of interaction. So please feel free to intervene, underline some point that resonate in you, asking questions, make some comment. This is extremely important also for the presenter, because I'll help the presenter to shape the paper and to interrogate him or herself. Sister Anna, there is other technical information I need to give at the beginning. You are muted. No, okay. In this moment, there is a problem of, but she's telling us with the universal language of gestuality, there's no problem. With that, I have the pleasure to introduce to you the first speaker in the person of Father Dr. Michael from the Society of Divine Word. Professor Michael is a professor emeritus of cultural anthropology in the University of Mumbai. Yesterday, we underlined the importance of anthropology, the importance to know human being. So I think that it's very important that the first speaker of today is an anthropologist. He is not only an emeritus professor, but is also a consultant of the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue. So he's an expert in dialogue among religions, and is the secretary to the Bombay Archdiocese Commission for Interreligious Dialogue. So Father Michael is a bridge between anthropological study and interreligious dialogue. His paper, that will be extremely rich, has this title, Theological and Sociological Implication of Karma and Rebirth in India. Dr. Michael, you are really welcome. The floor is yours.
So good evening here, and all those who are in different parts of the world, whether good morning or good afternoon or good evening. Yes, I would like to share the screen. Give me 1 minute.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah. Yes, so my title is Bible, Culture and Identity, Theological and Sociological Implications of Karma and Rebirth in India. The summary of this presentation is, we understand every culture is centered around a worldview. And Bible has its own worldview. Jesus had a worldview. And so cultures all over the world, they have their own worldview. The Hindu cultural system, one of the most important aspects is the concept of karma and rebirth. So I will be dealing, about. So what I begin to see from an anthropological perspective, culture, religion, economy, social life, and politics are interrelated and integrated with each other. We cannot separate from, they are integrated because of a particular worldview. The cardinal doctrines of karma and rebirth are central to Hindu philosophical system. They are intimately intertwined with its culture, economy, social life, and politics. To put it in short, the organization of culture, according to the need of the physical need, social need, and the meaning-giving need, which is the central aspect of cultures, we have the physical need is met by economic system, the social need is met by the social organization and political organization, and the meaning-giving system is organized by religion or science and philosophy. And all this, as I pointed out, is centered around a worldview. So the worldview is called by different name as Geist or genius or philosophy of life or mentality or psychology or inner logic of a culture. So as I pointed out, that in Hindu system, my paper explores the sociological and theological implications of the Hindu worldview of karma and rebirth in the lives of Indian people, and contrasts the biblical worldview of human beings are created in the image and likeness of God, Genesis 1:26, and its sociological and theological implications for India. So the nature of Hindu society. In Hindu society is organized sociologically, economically, politically, even religion-wise, with a caste system. The caste system is a hierarchical society. There are also in other cultures, there is hierarchy, but the peculiar aspect of caste system is ascribed status. That means status comes by birth, not by achievement. And very central to caste system is the notions of purity pollution. Whatever the upper caste man does is pure, whatever the lower caste man does is impure. And also every caste traditionally has an occupation. For example, the Brahmins are supposed to be Brahmins. Brahmins are priests and doing ritual duties. And the Kshatriyas are supposed to be the warriors and the kings, which is also a Varna system, we call it. There is a, there are only 4 Varnas, but castes or jatis, we call it, is more than 3,000 jatis. So we begin to see in the caste system, there is a relationship to occupation. And the Kshatriyas are supposed to be warriors and kings, and the Vaishyas are supposed to be traders, and the Shudras are supposed to be the agricultural and other jobs they do. And also caste system is very much connected to marriage endogamy. That means you cannot get married outside your caste. That is endogamy system. And the organizing of caste with regard to justice and the regulations, it is done by panchayat. That means the main upper caste 5 leaders, they begin to decide any case comes to them against practicing the caste regulations. They are the ones who will give judgment on what kind of punishment has to be given. So in religion, we begin to see intimately connected to karma, dharma, punarjanma, and moksha. I explain furthermore on this aspect. So what we begin to see, the Hindu society, as I pointed out, that there are Brahmins, there are Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, and these 4 are the 4 Varna categories. Below is, in German, they call it Castelosen. Then those who do not have caste are untouchables. Today they are called as Dalits. They are at the bottom of the Hindu social order, and they are mainly street sweepers, and they clean lavatories, and they guard the cremation ground and all that. Very much a polluting job. So all these are notions of karma, dharma, punarjanma, how it affects the Hindu society, which is built on a philosophical worldview. So we begin to see that the role of karma, what is karma? Karma is an action. Okay, it is a various context and applications. The notions of karma has at least three basically different functions and dimensions. Karma is first, a principle of casual explanation or factual occurrences. My action has its own consequence and it results in something, which we will see what it is. It's a guideline of ethical orientation. In what way I need to act. Okay, it is also the counterpart and stepping stone of final liberation. So we begin to see everybody has to act, but how you are going to act, the fruit of your action, what are its consequences is very important in the Hindu social order. So we begin to see that karma then means action, human action, leads to certain consequences, leading to rebirth. The great many myths, legends, and didactic passages in the Mahabharata, that is a Hindu epic, the idea is propounded that a person reaps the results of his acts performed in previous lifetimes and comes to good or ill fortune as a result of his acts alone. According to one account provided by Vyasa himself, the acts done in former births never abandon any creature. Since man lives under the control of karma, he must always be alert to ways of maintaining his equilibrium and avoiding evil consequences. So what we begin to see is these castes, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. So if somebody is a Brahmin today, or Kshatriya, or Vaishya, Shudra, it is because of your previous the effect of the karma, what you have done. The previous actions of an individual has affected his social position in the society. To a great extent, the concept of karma and rebirth breeds fatalistic tendencies among the Indian population. The present condition of life have been accepted passively as the result of one's past karma actions. The caste system of inequality is justified by these principles of karma and rebirth. The Brahmins are said to be born as high caste because of their past karma, meritorious acts, and the untouchables, Harijans, Dalits, are said to be born as low caste due to their past karma. To attain emancipation from this low status of life, the duty one has to do one's dharma of the low. So the dharma of a low caste man is to accept his caste position without revolt and act according to the prescribed rules of the caste jati. Then the low caste man may be born as a high caste or attain his liberation in the next birth. Thus, caste inequality is justified by the principles of karma, dharma, and moksha. In this position, poverty and richness of different jatis are accepted as natural. The Vyasa, the Vaishya jati, traders, are born to be rich, and the untouchable jatis are born to be poor. This is clearly seen in India. While the first 5 richest people in the world are from the Hindu background, and most of the wealth in India is in the hands of the Vaishyas, that is the traders. Thousands and millions of people, mainly from the lower and untouchable castes, live in poverty. While people are generally kind and feel with one another, karuna, a disciplined way of life, apart from a nepotistic motives, is very much lacking in the lives of the people. Caste degradation and injustice becomes part of the lifestyle of the people without much questioning. Thousands and millions of people in India do not have even the minimum resources of their survival. At the same time, there are people who enjoy all the privileges and comforts of life. For example, we can see the pyramid, how top 10% of the population, they have the rich, they are the richest people. And the bottom 50%, they are the poorest people in terms of income, in terms of how the type of house in which they live, the type of occupation they have, and all that. So this is, for example, I just give you a quick.
Oxfam shows that the richest 1% of people in India, and remember it has 1.3, 1.4 billion people in that country, the richest 1% own 40.5% of the total wealth. In 2020, India had 102 billionaires. Today, it has 166. The pandemic may have killed huge numbers of Indians as well as people around the world, but it made more billionaires in that country. 40% of the wealth created in India between 2012 and 2021 went to the top 1%, right? 40% of the wealth created.
So with this background, now I begin to see the biblical vision of human beings. And God said, let us make man in our image. Of course, without any gender bias, the word it is a quote, man. After our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping things that creep upon the earth. Genesis 1:6. So what is the sociological implication? So in this theological, sociological implication of the biblical worldview, God created human beings in his own image and likeness. This implies dignity, value, worth of human person is given by God. Nobody can take away the God-given dignity, whether you are a leper, whether you are poor, whether you are dark, whether you are fair, rich or poor. The dignity is given by God, so nobody can take away the dignity. This is central to biblical worldview. So how this worldview, the central governing ethical principle of Christianity is the belief that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God. All social teachings of the church springs from this doctrine that since human beings are created in the image and likeness of God, no one can on earth can take away this God-given dignity. It is the moral duty of every human being to live and give this dignity in love. In Hinduism, on the other hand, preservation of dharma is the central concern. So I would like to point out, in Hinduism, there is no universal human right, because dharma, that means the way you have to act, the moral and ethical perspective by which you have to act, that is dharma, is not universal. The Brahmins have their own dharma. The untouchables are also governed by a different dharma. So there is no universal human right. Hence the worldview of Hinduism, at least the Advaitic, and the worldview of Christianity are very different, leading to two different ways of understanding the world. Man and the supreme, human beings and the supreme reality, leading to two different civilizations. Coming to conclusion. The two worldviews have sociological implication, theological implication, and missiological implications. So, to conclude, what I begin to point out is, in India, politically, 6% of the Indian population is supposed to be Brahmin, 14% of the Indian population is supposed to be the other upper caste. This 20% rule India. They begin to impose their worldview on the poor and the marginalized, and this has a missiological implication. For example, they consider Christianity as a foreign religion, and it will disrupt Hindu social order. So they are bringing many in the name of religious freedom, anti-conversion laws, politically Christians, they would like to marginalize. All these things are the implications. More I could give if there is any question or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let us make the hand. Also, John Baptist, I'm very happy that Dr. Anthony joined us. There are a lot of congratulations for this very interesting and provocative paper. There is also a thank you from Dr. Garbin in our chat. No? Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation. And the forum is open. If there are any desire to any question, any comment, any desire to deep some of the elements that Dr. Michael Sebastian present to us, please feel free to intervene. You can also unmute yourself, check the chat. Okay. Anyone, please?
Okay, please. I would like to ask a question.
Dr. Garbin, sure.
Okay, Doc, thank you for your presentation. I would like to find out, since in your submission, you are giving us the impression that the Indian community sees Christianity as a foreign religion, how do you intend to make the conclusions of your paper acceptable by a community that sees Christianity as a foreign religion? How are they going to embrace this new idea that you intend selling to this community? Thank you.
This is not a new idea. Actually, Max Weber has done quite a lot of studies about the implication of Asian religions for its culture. But I myself, as an anthropologist, I have been concentrating the consequence of worldview on particular cultures. And I begin to see, this is my conviction, that India needs worldview transformation. Otherwise, there is so much of oppression. The money of India is in the hands of the third group. We call it Vaishya. For example, if you take any of the richest people, Ambani, Adani, all these group, they belong to the Vaishya Varna group. They are supposed to make money, and they make money. And the money of India is in their hands. And the dharma of untouchable is to do menial job, to be polluting people. They, in the earlier days, they were not allowed even to enter the city of, for example, like Pune, because if they enter before 9 o'clock and after 5 o'clock, the shadows are longer, and that will fall on the upper caste, and the upper caste will be polluted. So they were not. So now, certainly Buddhism was fighting against this system, Jainism too, and Islam came 712 AD, and Christianity with its missionary project of education and cultural transformation, it has been bringing a lot of transformation to India. But then this upper caste begin to perceive this is a disruption of their culture. The position of the hierarchy, the privileges, and what is given in Manu Dharma, that is a disruption by the biblical worldview. So it is dangerous that Christianity has to be stopped, and their activity should not disrupt the power structure of India. So what we could do, we have been trying our best in various ways of education, social work, medical work, not directly linked to conversion as such, though the Indian Constitution gives us the right for religious conversion without disrupting the social order. But yet, political dispensation is bringing so many obstacles for us to do any work, especially our work among the poor, the marginalized, and the lower caste are scrutinized, and we are punished, or we are attacks take place of our institutions.
Thank you so much. I have two other hand raised. Sister Abiola, Sister Mary Jerome Abiola, can you please ask or comment? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Father Sebastian, for this very interesting paper that really opened my eyes more. I have heard so much about caste system in India. You said at the beginning that culture is very closely related to religion. And I'm asking, it's in India, is this what I can see as very inhuman culture? Is it part of religion in India? And if it is part of religion in India, what are the people doing about this religion?
First of all, you know, Hinduism is very strong. It has a political movement, which we call it Hindutva, and it is a political Hinduism. It is very, very active, and behind this political Hinduism, there is a big organization known as Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, RSS, and they are the brain behind, power behind the political dispensation today, even behind the Prime Minister and the ministers ruling India. And so Hinduism is very strong. Having said that, I also need to point out that Hinduism as a religion, of course, you know, it's a very big story to say it is the very term Hindu comes from the geographical term of a river, Indus River. But so the people's natural inclination for religiosity, they are very generous, very respectful, very family oriented, and interiority, modesty, all these things are positive elements. But within the worldview of the caste social order, especially the upper caste view of Hinduism is very, very oppressive to the, say, 16% of the Indian population is the Dalits, untouchables. 8% of the Indian population is the tribals. So these people are, and also about 52% are backward caste. So these people are marginalized. The riches of India is in the hands of the few. Ambani, Adani, and all these trading community. For example, I am living in Mumbai. The whole wealth of Mumbai is in the hands of this trading community. And so many slums, marginalized. There is no, I mean, say, overall growth of India. Now, if India, we have to claim that there is so much claim today, India is progressing, moving ahead, and all that. That is true because the rich are becoming richer, but the overall growth of India will be measured by all the people when they come up, they have their own good housing, or at least a modest housing, education, I mean, say food. Then we will be able to say India is a nation marching ahead. But right now what we see is because of this worldview, and there is so much resistance to Christian worldview. So I begin to see the consequence of this. It has a lot of missiological, sociological, theological implications.
Thank you, Dr. You have a 4-question booked. There is Dr. Anthony, Father Jean, Dr. Borghi, and Sister Anna. So I ask you to be synthetic in your answer because as you see, your paper raised a lot of interest, and this is beautiful. Dr. Anthony, please, your question, comment.
Okay. First of all, apologies, I joined a bit late and I attended only the last part of his presentation. However, I can understand a little bit about the karma theory in India. Of course, from the Christian point of view, Christian idea of human dignity and anthropology, and also from the subaltern point of view, karma theory is not acceptable to Indian Christians and also the subalterns. So having said this, I have my only one question to Father Michael, whether the revival movement in India, starting from Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Gandhi and others, and the new revival movements, Isho and all those things, whether it has any impact to break, if at all, if it is able to break the karma theory. And what about the effect of the modernization, globalization, liberalization, where religion has very little role to play, even karma has very little role to play, whether that brings about equality and other things? This is my question.
Especially Ambedkar, who was born untouchable and who was a chairman of the drafting of our Indian Constitution. He tried his best to be a Hindu, but he was not allowed to enter a temple. He was not allowed to take water from the public a lake or whatever. So he, in 1935, he made a promise. He made a oath. I am born a Hindu. I will never die a Hindu. And just 3 months before his death, he got converted to Buddhism. He kept his oath. Now the point is, as Father John Baptist was saying, there are reformers, like especially we have Jyotira Phule, Ambedkar, Periyar. These are the ideologues who have been fighting against this caste system. They have a great influence, especially in South India. Periyar has a lot of influence. You must be hearing the Dravidian movement and others. They are fighting against this caste system. But yet in North India, where the Christian presence is meager, the Christian presence is strong in South India, not very strong, but comparing to North India and Northeast India. And so this whole philosophical ideas are very strong in the cow belt, they call it, or the Hindu centers of Varanasi, Ayodhya, these centers. So to answer Father John Baptist, that there are movements, there are influences, even we are working with that. I have written a book, Dalits in Modern India, Vision and Values, which became a bestseller of Sage. So we are giving an alternative vision of how we can build a modern India on the basis of, but to say that modernization, all these things have how much impact it will have. Just today I read in the newspaper, an untouchable who touched the pot of a little upper caste, they came and beat him and they thrashed him. And these things are continuously taking place. So there are revival movements, there are revolt movements. All these things are part of the common process of transformation. So we need to get involved. And I am convinced that the biblical worldview has to play a very important role in giving life and dignity to the lower group of people.
Thank you. Father Jean, you book for a question?
Yeah, I already lowered my hand because it was almost answered. Because my question was exactly about this, the modernization. There are so many Indians abroad. If this migration and movement coming from another context, it did have some incidents in the society. But yeah, it already was said. Thank you.
So there is Dr. Borghi and Sister Anne. Dr. Borghi, please.
Small observation. Thanks for the exposition, Sebastian. When we read Genesis 1, 26, 27,
26.
We have said inequality, injustice in North world. Injustice, inequality in India, in south of the world is different. but as is very, very important to make think for a new vision in justice in North world and in the South world. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment on this. I also know there is a disparity, and even in America there is a racial problem and all that. But the point is, the biblical worldview does not accept that. The Hindu worldview accept this. That is the theological aspect. No, so we have racial differences. We have poor and rich people. That is there, but in the biblical worldview, we are created in the image and likeness of God. We have a dignity. That is the foundation. But in the Hindu system, your poverty, your oppression, your occupation is justified by a philosophical system. That is the difference we need to keep in mind. Yeah.
This is, I think, is essential. Sister Anne, please, you booked a question before.
But it has been answered. My question was also about the reformist or counter movements, criticism from within Hinduism.
So there is still 2 minutes, so I take advantage to ask. I underline a question where you were answering, I think, to one of my colleagues, you know. And I think, Dr. Garvin, the question, how to change a worldview? How to change a worldview? Especially because in Africa, sometimes I have the same challenge, you know. There are some worldviews that are based on religions. And so they became very, very strong, as you were telling, no? Because if God decides like that, who can go against God? No? If to be poor is a decision of God for me, how can I oppose God? If God is against me in some way, I cannot move. No? So my question is, how to change a worldview? And how the Bible can help us to change a worldview in a situation in which there is not an history of Christianity. But Christianity, as you underline, is so as a foreign religion.
The worldview to change through education, social work, empowerment, option for the poor, by our life of giving dignity to the untouchables. There is a kind of witnessing to the biblical worldview, that how we deal with our employees, how we deal with the people in our schools, how do we deal with the students. I myself was 20 years in a secular university. I never said I am a priest because I went as a scholar. But everybody within few days, they would know this fellow there must be something different with this fellow. Because his behavior is different, the way he respects us. And so these are the small and big ways we can bring change. And also working with the counter movements for the transformation of India. It will take a long time, but it has to. Yeah. Thank you.
So I hope that the change starts inside our community, no? That are with a totally different worldview. No? It will be interesting to see, for example, in the Catholic Church in Ghana, not in Ghana, in India, how affect the percentage, for example, of the elite who are priest, cardinal, and they reach very high position in the church. I think that you agree with me that we start our day in a very high note. So really, let us clap our hand to our colleague, physically or mechanically. Thank you so much. And I hope that you want to share your slide with us, because all of us want to read more. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce the second speaker of today. We move from India to Milan. And in Milan, we meet Professor Ernesto Borghi. Professor Ernesto Borghi is not afraid to tell his age. He was born in 1964. Yes?
Daniel, Neil, I have an observation in chat.
You have an observation in chat? Sorry. Daniel, can you tell the observation quickly? Professor Arieh? Probably. Okay. Can you write in chat your observation so that Father Michael can answer to you? Because we cannot hear you. Okay, let us go on and perhaps Professor Arieh can write the observation in chat, and please, Father Michael, if there is, can you answer to him? I will be very grateful. Or there will be time at the end of the day, no? Yes. So Professor Borghi, I was telling, is not afraid to tell his age. He was born in 1964, is married with Maria Teresa, and is father of David and Michelangelo. He came from the classical literature. He held a degree from the University of Milan, but he holds also a licentiate in religious science and a doctorate in theology from Freiburg, and also a bachelor degree in sacred scripture from the Pontifical Biblical Commission. He's involved professionally as biblical scholar at university level since 1992. In this moment, is teaching in south and north of Italy because his work in the Faculty of Southern Italy, Naples, and in Trent, my own city, in ISSL Guardini. He chaired the Biblical Association of the Italian Switzerland and coordinate the biblical education in the Diocese of Lugano, with whom I have the joy to cooperate many times. He published a lot. I do not know how Professor Borghi can write to the speed. I envy a lot him for that. But the last publication is a very interesting book in Italian, Verso la verità della Chiesa, leggere gli atti degli apostoli oggi. In English, Toward the Truth of the Church, reading Act of Apostoli in Contemporary Society. Today, Professor Borghi go back to his first love, that is Pauline theology, and is going to present a paper on the ethical and cultural conflict of Paul of Tarsus, textual analysis, observation, and reflection from today's culture. Professor Borghi, your audience is ready. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to all. I apologize for the quality of my English in both reading and speaking. The bad quality of my English. We see. For all?
Yeah, it's okay. It's in.
Okay. The ethical and cultural conflicts of Paul of Tarsus, textual analysis, observations, reflection for today's culture. A small paper for a very, very important problem in reading and interpreted the writing of Paul. Throughout his existence, Paul of Tarsus experienced the conflict for life within himself and with others as an essential feature of his identity and human experience. We see in this regard a series of passages that start from the apostles' personal condition and arrive at the relationships with the different recipients of some of his fundamental writings, 1 Corinthians, Galatians, Romans. 1. Paul's initial identity. He was born outside the Palestinian territory in Tarsus, a Hellenized city of significant cultural, religious, and economic importance, in a Jewish context very attached to a very strict obedience to the Torah and the principles descended from it. In Philippians 3, 5-6, Paul says of themselves the following: of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew be Jews, a Pharisee as to Torah, as to religious determination persecutor of the church, become blameless according to the readiness proper to the Torah. This statement suggests, as do some other passages of his writing, that he, throughout his life prior to the Damascus event, was committed to practicing and defending a precise religious and cultural perspective, a path towards the fullness of life, that is salvation, founded on the most complete obedience possible to the principles and norms contained in the Torah, according to a spirit analogous to that which leads in rabbinic traditions to the 613 precepts. After the encounter in Damascus, whatever the actual course of events experienced by Paul at that time, in his life there is not a conversion in the strict sense of the word, a radical change that denies the past, but a significant reorientation, certainly not without difficulties and suffering. This renewal of his existential position can be summarized as follows. Fullness of life can be pursued by human beings not through obedience to the Torah, but through daily adherence to the God manifested by Jesus Christ crucified and resurrected. This man of three cultures proposes an interpretation of the message of Jesus of Nazareth, crucified and resurrected, in which his personal conflict from the preceptistic Judaism of the Torah to the universal liberation of Jesus Christ has great relevance. And this personal tension knows various moments of expression according to the different cultural and religious terrains in which he proposed the character and the individual and collective, personal and communitarian existential consequences of adhering to the message of Jesus Christ. 2. Consciousness from 1 Corinthians. The first epistle to the Corinthians is the New Testament text with the highest number of occurrences of the word syneidesis, as many as 8. They are concentrated into clearly circumscribed moments of the epistles, chapters 8 and 10, which are interconnected, whose common thematic denominator is the relationship between the freedom of those who wish to follow Jesus Christ and the community consecrativeness of their actions. Paul, attentive as usual to the overall growth of all members of the communities he founded and visited, eschews this alternative and reaffirms first of all this: those who follow Jesus Christ are completely independent of anything that does not descend from the Lord God, and in particular of the nothingness that is any kind of idol. Any food has no meaning in itself with respect to drawing near or far from God. There are different levels of faith awareness and ethical steadfastness in the community, as well as economic possibilities. The legitimate freedom of those who are stronger in faith in Jesus Christ against the weakness of those who have not yet effectively freed themselves from a mentality of subservience to idolatry. The comparison between these two conditions is conducted with the overall good of the community, that is, the level of harmony in the relations between its members at the center. To sum up, in 1 Corinthians 8 and 10, Paul, who is a strong man in faith in the God of Jesus Christ, proposes to the other Corinthians of similar religious temperament not to renounce their own freedom, but to put it in the service of love towards those who are weaker. freedom, pro Galatians. Chapter 5 of the letter to the Galatians is one of the most significant Pauline texts on the subject of freedom between preceptual Judaism and Jesus Christ Judaism. All know this text is not necessary to read. The condition spoken of is that of freedom as such, verse 8. The first statement of the discourse begins with the explication of the essential aim of the Messiah's presence in history, freedom, and ends with the objective realization of the situation liberated between these two limits. Paul first places the object of this action as that is the total of human beings without divisions of a social or cultural order, and immediately afterwards the subject agent, Christ. In the face of this free choice, Paul, and the hand of a reflection articulated from chapter 2 of the letter onwards, is categorical. There is no possible compatibility between justification through obedience to the Torah and the relationship with the God of Jesus Christ, founded on the benevolent favor of the divine subject towards human beings. The relationship with Christ can be inactive and fruitless if the heart of human action is the pursuit of justice only according to one's own interpretation of the divine will and one's own exclusive striving towards God. Then human self-exclusion from the divine dynamism of good for humanity is an incontrovertible fact. It is the inevitable conclusion of the relationship with God. Verse 4. Paul, we must always remember, was first and foremost the son of a preceptual Judaism, but then the spreader from the Damascus event onwards of a Judaism rooted in the message of the Galilean Jews, Jesus. The apostle was probably aware of the fact that these Galatians addresses, largely of pagan extraction, who had succumbed to the preceptistic perspective of the Judaizing preachers who came after Paul, who all experienced renewed tensions in returning to the heart of the gospel as he had proposed it in the founding stages of these communities. 4. Worship sacrifice from Romans. The opening of chapter 12 of the letter to the Romans is a formidable cultural synthesis in which the Judaism of which Paul was an interpreter in succession throughout his life are compared. I exhort you, therefore, brothers, in the name of the passionately merciful tenderness of God, to offer daily your whole person is a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. This is the reasonable and the logical worship that is your due. It is the merciful tenderness of God, in Greek, oi hoktermoi tutseu, in which Paul himself, like, on the other hand, every creature finds himself enveloped, immersed. The members of the community of Rome are intensely invited to make a very precise ethical choice. First and foremost, the lingua element, the verb offer, in Greek, parasthesai. It shows here, with visual effectiveness, the kind of existential impulse to which Paul exhorts his addresses. Precisely because it is an aorist infinitive, this verb does not confer any nuance of temporal quality to the action, so as to convey all the attention on the syntagma of the object complement, in Greek, ta somata humon, precisely. Soma has, in this case, a notable poignancy. It indicates the whole of the person with all its potentialities. Paul does not, however, limit himself to intensely stimulating everyone to self-dedication as such. He outlines the characteristics of this action with respect to the essential relationship for the human being, the covenant with the Lord God. This dedicatory relationship is configured, according to Paul, as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. It is the reasonable and logical, logike, worship that it is due. Cranfield, and so commentary in this logike. El Taug logiken, however, certainly excludes all outward ritual worship in which the heart, mind, and will of the worshipper are not involved. The term also excludes with equal definitiveness all worship that consists only of inner emotions and feelings, however elevated, that are not accompanied by manifest obedience. Authentic, genuinely, inner worship certainly exists, but it is inseparable from an authentic outer dimension, which is no less important. Truly intelligent worship, that is, worship that is in tune with the truth of the gospel, is certainly not worth less than the integral self-offering that a person makes in the course of his or her concrete life. In his or her inner thoughts, feelings, and aspirations, but also in his or her words and actions. The idea expressed in verse 1 is precise in its great ethical depth. The concrete program of the life of relationship with the God of Jesus Christ is envisaged, and it is inescapably connoted as a daily dedication to Him of each person's existence, a true attempt to replicate the divine choice of love in favor of the human being. Regarding comparison and conflicts on a cultural and religious level, Paul used in this verse 1 a language certainly proper to the Judaism in which he had been educated from the beginning of his life. On the other hand, in a logic that can also be found in all the testamentary passages such as, for example, Hosea 6:6, he emphasizes an existential scope that goes beyond any ritualistic cultural conception and perspective. In fact, affirming the need to offer one's whole being and the actions of one's life to God every day is certainly important. One remains, however, almost at the level of pure wishful thinking if one does not make explicit at last some concrete modalities of such a self-giving. Conclusion, 5, for a human identity that positively cultivates human life from the Pauline text. To live and grow as truly human beings. This is a perspective that is also proposed by the intense and complex figure and work of Paul of Tarsus, who experienced cultural and religious conflicts within himself, also in order to live them positively outside himself. All these can take place within the framework of a very rich proposal that comes from the whole of biblical revelation. It is necessary, however, to be endowed with a place for evaluating one's own life, removed from the prerogative of a single cultural matrix. It is something universal, the decisive call to which anyone can rely by the mere fact of being human. Secondly, those who open themselves without religious sectarianism and cultural entrenchment to these relationships between themselves and the God of Jesus Christ must insert themselves into discourse of salvation history, refer to its central core, Christ who died and rose again, which is the truth hermeneutical place in which to understand God's plan and its constant logic. Paul of Tarsus experienced the need to reorient his own Jewish cultural and religious identity in the interaction with other cultural contributions that the society of his time offered him. He did not feel he had to diminish the heart of his faith in the God of Sinai and Jesus Christ, but he did everything within the limits of his humanity and the circumstances of his rich and variously tormented age to make the agape, live it to the full by his Lord, become culture that is a criterion and reason for living. This seems to me to be the objective that anyone who seeks to be a Christian from one end of the world to the other must set themselves today, seeking to dialogue with anyone who shares the aim of fostering a passionate interhuman coexistence, one of solidarity and open to the beauty of relations with other human beings and creation in its entirety. A coexistence that can be achieved first and foremost if each person overcomes the temptation to always and only put himself at the center, in the awareness that the freedom to give oneself to others is indeed an essential way to be truly human. Thanks to all for the cordial patience with which you have put up with my English.
Thank you to accept to use this medium. You are fluent in French, in English, in French, in German, but this is a new adventure. Congratulations, Ernesto, to try and to succeed so well, also with the help of the slide. A very interesting and challenging paper with many keywords: freedom, worship, sacrifice, dialogue. So thank you also from Dr. Garvin in the chat. Please, the floor is open. Or there is Professor Gemayel Franz has already booked his own. So please, Prof. Franz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleague, for this very inspiring lecture. May I just ask, what do you think? Paul is always speaking about the liberty. So I like very much the letter to the Galatians 5:1. For freedom, Christ has set us free. What does freedom and liberation mean? And in relation to the identity of somebody who is a Christian?
Question.
Small question. Easy and small question. I think freedom is freedom from himself. The image is freedom, liberation from slavery of Egypt. We also as image, a cultural image, cultural religious image. But I think that Paul proposed a liberation from limit egocentric and egoism, personal egoism. On verse 6, chapter 5, this reality is clean, is evident, is very, very, very important. Pistis diagapes energumene is the center, the problem. Liberation, freedom, faith, and love. Love is end. It's end of the climax, but freedom is basis, and the faith is the reality that help all people and to aim to be creature, very, very important creature, as Genesis 1, 26, 27.
Yeah. So this relationship, no, between freedom go up to agape, but only through faith that help us to realize who you are. Dr. Borghi, thank you. You have 3 women with questions. So with permission of Sister Abiorai and Sister Anna, I would like to read the first question from Nameta in the chat. Ask this: how does Paul's worldview regarding women change after his conversion? And after we give the word to the other 2, sorry. Thank you, Nameta, for your question.
I think that Romans chapter 16, verse 24 is a possibility for understand what importance Paul give to women in his ministerium and life.
Now another woman joined in the queue. So let us start with the Sister Mary Jerome Abiora and after Sister Anna Damas. Please, the sister.
Thank you very much, Professor Ernest Borghi, for a very interesting presentation. Yeah, you say that Paul experienced religious and cultural conflict within himself. Yeah, before conversion, this seems clearer, but how did this manifest in himself? Did he still experience this religious conflict in his ministry? Yeah, especially in many places where in Paul's letters, we hear about Paul saying that women should not say anything in public. Was it still part of his cultural conflict within himself? Or as some people could say that it could be maybe people writing for Paul and not Paul saying that?
Thank you for this important and interesting question. I think that the center is the importance that Paul give and Torah before and after Damascus event. Paul says in his life as after event Damascus event, Torah is important. Torah is the basis her formation and education, but Torah after Damascus event is not the way of salvation. The way of salvation is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is Jews, yes. Jesus Christ is Galilean Jews, yes. Jews different, all more Jews on the Sud of Palestinian, for example. I think that it is very, very, very important to understand until the importance of Torah is great for Paul. As a dialogue and discussion, I think, until the parousia.
Perhaps also after that. And Dr. Anthony contribute with a comment. He write like that: Paul's worldview regarding women need not to be always seen as negative. It has to be read in its cultural and social context, or still the eschatological context. Each text has to be studied within its context and not taken outside and interpreted. Now there are studies to prove that Paul was more for than against women. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Sister Anne, please. There is still something. Sorry, Ernesto.
I think that Paul is not misogynist.
Me too. I have this.
But Paul has a small interpretation, limited interpretation of marriage. In 1 Corinthians 7, it's clear that his interpretation of marriage is a small, incompleted interpretation.
It's a narrow interpretation. Now I need to ask everybody to be synthetic, because I would like to be like Father Gian yesterday. So, Sister Anne, it's your turn. And after Stefania, and we close the discussion. Sister Anne, yes.
Yeah, a question that is also a personal question for me. You say that Paul invites the Christians not to renounce the freedom in Christ, but at the same time not to give scandals to the weaker ones that are still caught up in narrow-mindedness. So how to do that? Because how to live the freedom and practice the freedom we have in Christ, and at the same time kind of hide it, because it often scandalizes the others. You say he invites to put the freedom at the service of the others, of the weaker ones, of the community. That sounds very good to me, but how to do that? Because as we also heard in the paper of Father Michael Sebastian, to have a different view is already the challenge, a prophetic challenge to, like the Christian anthropology is a challenge to Hinduism. So that's my question.
I think that the paper on Michael Sebastian is very important, because we have understand that inequality is different. Anthropological vision is different. In Paul, for example, in 1 Corinthians, the question flesh for the idols presents two different interpretations, as is difficult answer for Paul. Start in 5, strong in the fight, because it is important to respect the people, the weak they are. They are weak. Es ist difficult for him to prove to give a resolution, an equilibrium between the different part of community.
The equilibrium between agape and, but I think that this is one of the open questions that we need to write in our list. Stefania, 1 minute for answering a question and answer.
Okay. Ernesto quoted the shift from the perceptionist Judaism to consciousness, according to the first letter to the Corinthians. Do you think that the pivot of this movement, of this shift, could be based on to pay attention to the otherness? I have this idea. I don't know. What do you think about this?
Thank you. It is not easy to understand what is the signification, the passage, the conflict, the passage from Judaism before Damascus event and Judaism of Paul after the event. This is a very difficult, very important problem. The discussions are very, very, very important, are strong. The interpretation, the studies, I think, I hope, must can continue.
Yes, surely. So let us show our appreciation to Professor Borghi, not only, but also all the people that with their contribution make the paper really alive. And I'm very happy that there is a discussion going on in our chat, so please take note. I'm very happy now to move from Milan. So we were in India, we went to Milan, and now we go to Nigeria. And in Nigeria, we meet again Sister Mary Jerome Abioran. Sister is from Nigeria. She's a member of the Religious Institute of the Sister of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, Mother of Christ. Her area of specialization is sacred scripture, and she's a lecturer at Blessed Iwene Tansi Major Seminar in Onitsha, I'm sure the pronunciation, in Nigeria, and also at the University of Nigeria. Sister, you are very welcome, and you are going to speak about a very provocative topic, the true and living God from Thessalonians 1:9, early Christian message in Thessalonica and in southeast Nigeria. Sister, you are very welcome, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I will be able to share my screen.
Sure, take your time. Wonderful. We are seeing the slide.
Okay. So thank you especially for the opportunity given to me to participate in this very important and inspiring conference. I've chosen this, the true and living God, early Christian message in Thessalonica in southeast Nigeria. You can see that the expression, the true and living God, is from 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 9. I was looking for, before I chose this, I was looking for missionary strategies that meet culture and with the word of God and redirect this culture to God, especially for sustainability of God's word in my own culture, which is Igbo in Southeast Nigeria. And this is the structure of my presentation. So I will say briefly on Pauline religious background, pre-Pauline religious background of Thessalonica, and maybe one word on the prominence of Thessalonica, and First Thessalonians on religious background of Thessalonica, because what I'll be saying about Paul's missionary strategies will be taken from this letter. Then I will point out some of these strategies, then move to religious background of Igbo land, early missionary strategies, and what these two have to tell us today, especially in the crisis being experienced today in this culture. And the crisis is this: the youth, the young persons leaving the church. So conversion to the true and living God, which has Christological and eschatological implication, is at the heart of early Christian message, especially in Paul and also in my own culture. The choice of First Thessalonians for this paper is because of its important place in the New Testament, because being the earliest written document of the New Testament, this letter is a witness of the life and belief of the early Christians. And Thessalonica at the time of Paul was religiously pluralistic, with people from many different parts of the world and with many deities too, as we can see very soon. And the missionaries must have been very tenacious and strategic in their preaching in order to reach what we have in 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 9, where Paul praises the people for turning from idolatry to the living God. Similarly, early Christians in the Igbo land, in Southeast Nigeria, strenuously worked to sow the seed of Christian message in a culture that believed in the existence of varied categories of deities, even though they believed that there is supreme God. Their culture, which has positive and negative elements, was closely linked to their religious belief. And the early Christians in Igbo land, they also employ some strategies in their effort to bring the gospel to this culture. And the phrase true and living God, already said, is important in both missionary endeavors. Young Christian people in this culture are returning to traditional religion for many reasons that can be attributed to the present pastoral strategies. So looking for what strategies can help revive this, because it's being discussed so much in the culture. Thessalonica was the largest and most important city in Macedonia and was the capital of the province. In fact, Milesius has to say, so long as nature does not change, Thessalonica will remain wealthy and fortunate. And we know why we have this. Now, at the beginning of his letter, and in a section that appears to be the Thanksgiving part in most Paul's letters, he praises the faith of his addressees who, following his mission among them, acquired the three pillars of Christian virtues. What are these? He describes them as this: the faith, hope, and love. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 3. And the foundation of this radical change is stated thus, that you turn to God from idols to serve the living God. It's generally believed that these two verses, that is 1 Thessalonians 1, 9-10, were outlined or Paul's preaching in Thessalonica. And when we read them closely, we have 5 points there. And these 5 points will be turning from God, turning to living, from idols to true and living God, then hope in the coming of Christ, then Jesus, the Son of God, and his incarnation, the resurrection, and the salvific work. At the time of Paul's mission in the city, there were good number of pagans whose gods were idols. Yeah. So there were, for example, there are Cabirus, there are Dionysius, there are Echenos, there we have also Serapis. Studies have shown all these. Even the worship of emperor. And conversion from the worship of these deities by those who became Christians was indeed good news for Paul. Yeah, from 1 Thessalonians 1, 2, 1-8, I can see here strategies used by Paul. Yeah, here he has to emphasize this using what is called antithesis, because there are 4 of them, and the climax is number 8. And that number 8 is we not only give you the gospel, we give also our lives. He was talking about himself and his companions. Another strategy they used was this: they also endeavored to be self-reliant, working to earn their living so that they would not be burdened to their addressees. And he described his encounter of entry among the Thessalonians, his conduct there as a pure, upright, and blameless, and affirms that God and the Thessalonians themselves, that they were witnesses of this. Another one that we see is his filial relationship with them. Now, when we come to this culture that is very, very rich, religiously rich, highly enterprising and hardworking in the South Nigeria, also, they exist, or we find them in many parts of the world today. And this religious tribe believe in a supreme deity called Chukwu, and which means the great God. It's also called Chineke, that is the creator God. Chukwu does not work alone, according to the belief of these people. And Chukwu has many other agents. And these agents, they are gods, they are deities, spirits, and they are revered. You can see the challenge of missionaries when they arrived here. And people have strong connection with their ancestors, particularly those that live good lives. And they believe that these ancestors are still alive and active in the society. Religion permeates every aspect of culture. Sometimes in this culture, it's not easy to see the difference between the people's religion and their way of life. An example is found in many personal names that are theophoric. You can see many names with Chukwu, for example, Chukwu Dalo, thanks be to God, and many others. So among numerous elements of this religion is also reincarnation. And Igbo believe that every human being has a personal God, has Chi, and this Chi guides and determines personal behavior, even strength and the weakness of the person. They also seek the will of deities through divination. Again, people believe that there are certain trees, rivers, mountains. These, according to them, are not gods, but they're kind of temples where gods can receive sacrifices. And there are aspects of this religion and culture that are against human rights and dignity. And against it, the missionaries worked so hard. The first one is killing of twins. Then another one is Osu castes that resemble what I heard today about the Indian in India. Yeah. Then we have also the early missionary strategies used here will be the zeal for the mission. Zeal for the mission, because many of them arrived to this land as very young priests and religious who were inspired by the courage of the missionaries who were there before them. And conspicuous in their strategies was education, which they made available to all and offered freely to all. For Shanahan, Joseph Shanahan, who's a very famous missionary there, yeah, his method was this: to speak to the chief, and if the chief agrees, what happens immediately? He would begin building and establishing schools. Missionaries established so many schools, and the aim was this: to educate the people and help them believe in one true and living God. From those educated, they were able to get catechists who would use the local language to convey the faith. And in the schools at that time, a compulsory course subject at that time was Christian doctrine, and this helped them in their missionary work. As they were educating the people, they were also thinking of how to further their mission even when they were not there. So established seminaries for training, and some of them also founded some religious institutes. Another strategy they used was to learn the local language, and they help to give a standardized structure of this language. They sought means of abating diseases that beset the people. Hence, they also took care of them, and they invited doctors and nurses. So they care, not just giving them the faith, also cared for them. But there is a big problem today, and the problem is this: passing through some towns and villages in Igbo land, one perceives some strange edifices surging from long abandoned shrines of gods and goddesses. And these were being rebuilt by young people. Yeah, and the young people, they claim that they want to return to their religious root. And they call this new way of religion new traditionalism. And reasons given for this, according to them, was to reclaim Igbo cultural heritage, and adherents believe that their heritage has been displaced by Christianity. This looks very strange. Others no longer find meaning in the Christian faith. And there is decline in ongoing formation of youth after their sacraments of initiation. This seems to be a major reason why some of them have to return to early missionary influence. And some youths have also who had negative experiences, especially of pastors. They tend to leave the church for other denomination or even traditional religion. And there are also those who feel that there are many restrictions in Christianity which do not exist in traditional religion. One of the things I observed in the course of this research was this: that these young people and those who said that they are returning to the traditional religion, that they are ignorant of this Igbo traditional religion. They do not even understand the tenets of this religion. So many of them understand neither the rudiments of Christian faith nor of traditional religion. Again, from Paul and early missionaries, the present pastoral agent should renew the zeal for pastoral work. Yeah, there is a need to focus more on communicating and strengthening the faith of the people. Very important at this time. Then, exemplary life that moved Paul to affirm that the Thessalonians imitated him and his companions is a quality that should accompany pastoral agents today in order to regain what or to correct what is happening today. And awareness of the signs of the time manifests interest in the people and their context. So the pastor should also be aware of what is happening. Now, kind of a weird conclusion, I say cultures are God's gift to humanity, and it's closely linked to the nature of human being as a homo religiosus, religious being, who at creation were made in God's image and with the capacity to enter into dialogue with God. The word of God meets human culture with the message of salvation and redirects it to God. So the sustainability of the faith among the people ought to revive the strategies of the missionaries according to the signs of the time. That is, listen to young people where they are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sister, for your very deep presentation that connect three moments, connect the Pauline description, connect the activity of the first missionary, and connect today's experience. I see already a hand from Nelson, but I saw before there is a very interesting comment from our very active Dr. Nameta. She wrote like that: how could the communion of saints and veneration of saints in Christianity be compared with ancestral importance in Nigeria culture or cultures? Can you address this question, sister, and after I give the word to Nelson? Please, sister.
Yeah, thank you. I can speak on this, is it? Yeah, it's in fact, I have so much in the paper. I just summarize what I have there. I discovered that dates when the early missionaries came, they found a very fertile ground for Christianity. And this is an aspect of it because at that time, those they met, they were able to understand the communion of saints because it was already there in the culture that the people, they invoke their ancestors, they even offer them libation, especially in the morning prayers. Yeah. So, not that they worship them, but they believe that they are active in the society and in the family.
Thank you. In Ghana, they are called the living dead, no? Because they're still alive and present, they're part of the family. Nelson, please, and after is also Godibert. Nelson, your question, please.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very exciting and instructive for me. And I'm also happy to know I have a friend currently here who is called Ikechukwu. So your explanation has really helped me to know the friend. I have the meaning of his name. My question is, the people who are returning back to the traditional religion of southeastern Nigeria, you mentioned in the presentation that one of the causes you identified is that they neither know the cultural, their traditional religion, nor Christianity. They are not people who are grounded in both. My question is, so were these people Christians who were they Christians who were returning to the traditional religion there, or they were not Christians at all? And if they were Christians, is the church, looking at your explanation on what the missionary groups did to grow such a vibrant Christianity in their time, is it the case that the church currently in that part of the Nigeria is not doing something right that is causing people to not know Christianity much or be Christians and then want to go back to their traditional religion? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, the church is doing quite a lot at this time. This part of Nigeria is the most vibrant, yeah, a set of Christianity and many Catholics here. But the strange thing is that these young people, they are Christians or different denominations. Yeah, it's from my little research, I observed that the zeal of the early missionaries who were there solely to bring the faith to the people is a kind of diminishing because of maybe distraction, people concentrating on other pastors or pastoral agents, as I can call them, concentrating on other things. In fact, I discovered that there was no longer what used to be there every Sunday. That is what I also experienced when I was growing, that every Sunday there was a Sunday instruction where the faith was explained more to the people. The young people of today, they really get this again. So, but the issue is being discussed, so people are kind of waking up to see what can we do, and using some strategies, or what I call re-strategizing their pastoral work, so that they will be able to curtail this mass movement. Yeah, and I said also that these people, they don't even understand the traditional religion, because the traditional religion is very rich.
I have the impression that they know the tradition through the film that are very far from the religious tradition. On the same theme, Dr. Garbin, please allow me to read, and after I give the word to you. Dr. Anthony writes like that. Regarding the youth returning to the traditional faith and criticize the Christian religion, can be seen as revivalism of nationalism and critic to colonialism. Nationalists and fundamentalists only exploit the religions of the masses and the youth for their political and other advantages, and we see this in many parts of the world. So the question is, whether such is the case in your context and culture. What do you think, Sister Abiora? Do you think that this return depends also on a nationalistic position against the colonialism, a sort of restating, reaffirmation of their own identity? So do you think that this can be correct also for Nigeria or not?
Yeah, thank you very much for this, because one of the reasons
Dr.
that
Anthony.
yeah, thank you, Anthony, for the question. I can read that from the chat. Yeah, one of the reasons that the young people or those who are returning to traditional religion, one of the things that they project is this, that the early missionaries destroyed the tradition. Yeah. Now, we cannot say that they destroyed the tradition. In my paper, I also observed that there were so many things that they did not understand, the early missionaries. And they struggled with those things, and in fact, they came out with some solutions to them. Yeah. So, but they were concentrating more on those aspects of the culture or the religion that were against human dignity. For example, killing of twins and the Osu castes, for example. Yeah. But these neo-traditionalists, they believe that they destroyed. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sister. Dr. Garbin, you have still your question.
Okay, yes, please. Thank you very much, sister, for this beautiful presentation. When I was listening to you, I saw that your paper has this relationship with what is happening in the Indian context, in the sense that there is this idea that Christianity is a disruption to the social order. And so some feel that there is a need to return to our beliefs, our culture, in order to build this, our identity. Now, he spoke about education as a strategy of trying to, destroy this kind of philosophical underpinnings that allow people to hold on to the concept of karma. You are also speaking about education. You have taken it to a step further, indicating that some sort of Christian education doctrines were incorporated. Now, if Christian doctrines were incorporated into the kind of educational system and setup you were building to curtail some of these things, what really is the problem? You are speaking about re-strategize. What kind of new strategies are we bringing to curb this challenge? How new are they from our predecessors who tried to use other missiological strategies to curb these systems? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Now, the strategy is this: to renew the zeal for mission. Yeah, there are many already who are there working. I've already said that this is the most vibrant, with many, many Catholics and see many young people who attend. Well, even when others join the new wave. Yeah. So the strategy is this, which is I've said education. Very good, because there we also have many Catholic schools. And in fact, almost every parish in this part of Nigeria has a school, nursery, primary, secondary, and many dioceses also establishing universities, apart from the National Catholic University. Yeah, but more needs to be done, especially going to the grassroots. Yeah, getting to where the young ones are. And what I also call ongoing formation of these young people. Because the ongoing formation is very, very important. It's not just enough to give them that in the school, but to follow them up. Yeah, some of them, they were prepared for the sacrament of initiation, even in their secondary school, in their primary school. But what happens after that? Yeah, because they do not join the traditional religion when they are in secondary school or in primary school. They join this when they are a kind of a free. Yeah. So it is at that time when they are free that I'm proposing this strategy of ongoing formation and to revive what used to be there. Yeah, the weekly instruction on the faith.
Thank you so much, sister. And I think that all of us would like to go on with this great discussion about the strategy, because you mentioned also between the strategy of Paul, no flattering, you put about the relationship and so on. So all very important point to reflect about. Unfortunately, our time is over, and we need to fly from Nigeria to Papua New Guinea for the last meeting. So please, sister, thank you so much. All of let us show your appreciation to you for and all this thought, of course, is part of our final discussion. And now, as I promised, this today we start in India, Asia, we went in Europe, we travel in Nigeria, Africa, and now we pass very quickly to Rome to reach Papua New Guinea. Our guide in this wonderful journey will be the last speaker of this first section, in the person of Sister Anna Damas, one of the members of the KIP who prepared this conference. Sister Anna was born in Germany in 1966, and after an experience as lay missionary in Chile, so Latin America, she entered in the mission congregation of the Servant of the Holy Spirit, the all of us know as Holy Spirit Sister. And in 1987, she holds a licentiate in missiology, church history, and pastoral theology from the University of Münster in Germany and in Wengen in Netherlands. In pastoral, so she worked in pastoral work both in Netherlands and in Germany. But, and this I think is very important for today's presentation, for 2006 to 2019, she was involved in pastoral work in Papua New Guinea, in the faith formation of laity and religions, in the training of the catechist and the biblical ministry. At the moment, even if her heart is still in Papua New Guinea, her body is in Rome, where she is serving her congregation as a resource person for the spirituality and history of the congregation. And she's also a member of the Resource Committee for Interculturality. And as such, she is facilitating training and seminar in intercultural communication. This resource committee is a joint enterprise between the SVD Father and the Sister of the Holy Spirit. Sister Anne, thank you so much. We are very happy to follow you in Papua New Guinea. And the topic, the theme of his presentation will be, We, the Lost Tribe of Israel, Religious Identity Construction in Papua New Guinea. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity to present some of my experience in Papua New Guinea. Yeah, let me first give you the context. Papua New Guinea is a young nation. In the 19th century, the island was colonized partly by the English and partly by the Germans. And then it was under Australian colonial administration in the 20th century. And only in 1975, Papua New Guinea received independence in a political act, so without struggle or violence. Prehistorically, there were different waves of immigration to the island, resulting in different ethnicities, and also a great diversity of languages and cultures. Even today, there are still more than 800 languages spoken in Papua New Guinea. Population of 8 to 10 million people and 800 languages. Languages, not only dialects, really grammatically different languages. The people are organized in tribes, and the tribes are small. They often comprise only a few hundred people, like 3, 4 villages are one tribe. And relationships between these tribes are often conflict-ridden, and there are tribal wars. Maybe you have read about it in the news. So as for identity, people first and foremost identify with their clan. So a number of clans form the tribe. So clan and tribe, that is the horizon of my identity. Since independence, there have been political and social efforts to encourage a Papua New Guinean identity, so over and above the tribes. But that remains a work in progress, not least also because of the many ethnicities, many languages, many cultures. So internally at INTRA, there is the question, who are we as a nation? And also looking outwards, Papua New Guineans are in search of their identity. They ask, who are we on the global map? Who are we in the community of nations? Another factor that plays a role is also that there is no long history in the sense of recorded and documented history. There is this mythic time, and then there is that century of colonialism, a century that is documented history in our sense of the word. And then since 1975, there is the history of Papua New Guinea. So very short. So in that picture of diversity, there is one uniting factor, and that is the Christian faith. Because you can say 90% of the people identify as Christians. And Papua New Guineans are proud to be a Christian nation. The Christian faith unites the people of Papua New Guinea, at the same time also divides it, because Christianity falls apart in so many denominations. It depends how you count, but roughly 100 to 120 different churches are there in Papua New Guinea. The affiliation to the mainstream churches, Catholic, Anglican, Protestant, has been continually declining, and more small sects and churches pop up, partly imported from the United States, but many also homemade. So anyone can say, I have founded a church, I'm the pastor, come and join me in the worship. That is happening all the time. So in this climate of searching for a common identity, the people of Papua New Guinea look for orientation in the most obvious place, and that is the Bible. Because the Bible unites all the divided denominations. It's the common point of reference for all. And people believe that through baptism and through becoming Christians, they have entered the covenant with a capital C. And the people of Papua New Guinea are now part of the people of God and part of the Christian family all over the world. So there might be no historical documents of history, but there is the Bible. The Bible that is the history of the people of God. And since the Papua New Guineans are part of the people of God, so the Bible also is the story of the Papua New Guineans. I must say, in Papua New Guinea, people do not distinguish between story and history, like a story as narrated truth and history as historically objective facts. It's the same. Story is history, history is story. So the answer to the question, who are we as Papua New Guineans, can be found in the history story of the people of Israel. As you know, when the northern kingdom of Israel was conquered by the Assyrians, the 10 tribes there were deported or they intermarried with local population or other people settling there. So their traces are lost in history. Only in the southern kingdom, the tribes remain. So, but are they really lost, these 10 tribes? Or are they hidden in plain sight? Like hidden in Papua New Guinea. For many Christians in Papua New Guinea, it makes a lot of sense to identify with one of the lost tribes of Israel, somehow mysteriously migrating and ending up on that island. People often told me that they feel much at home in the world of the Old Testament. It's the same society organized in tribes, the same patriarchal society like in Papua New Guinea, a society based on agriculture and livestock, the same honor and shame culture, the same understanding of justice and law, the identification with the ancestral land. So all these common concepts make Papua New Guineans think that their cultural origin is in Israel, in ancient Israel. I want to show you one picture. You see here a convention of not Jews, but Christians in Papua New Guinea. And so you see them even wearing the kippah. That is not a sign of them subscribing to the Jewish religion, but as Christians, they identify with the Jewish people. So to identify with one of the lost tribes of Israel fulfills 4 functions. Diachronically, it provides history and origin. It provides cohesion. So ethnically and religiously, so many tribes, so many denominations, they have a common root in this lost tribe. It provides a religious identity as part of the covenant people. And also it provides importance and a place of honor, social recognition in the family of nations. A pedigree, you could say. Recently, to my surprise, I discovered that identifying with one of the lost tribes of Israel is not a new idea, but it was there before. So even within Judaism, there is that idea that the Aseret HaShvatim, so the lost tribes, dispersed and lived on in other peoples. For example, there's a Jewish tradition of the Middle Ages that the lost tribes settled somewhere in the Asian steppe, and they were cut off from the rest of the world by the mythical river Sambatyon. And that river only on the Sabbath day allows to cross. but on the Sabbath day, Jews may not cross the river, so they are cut off. When the Messiah comes back, then they can. So they were called the Red Jews. That was kind of a myth, a legend. But in the 19th century, very recent actually, in England, it was proposed that the Anglo-Saxons are descendants of the lost tribes. That was seen as a scientific theory. And there was another scientific theory also in the 19th century that the Native Americans are descendants of the lost tribes. And the proof was found in the supposed linguistic similarities between Native American languages and Semitic language. I was surprised to learn that there are also ethnic groups in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Africa, the United States that trace back their origin to the lost tribe or one of the lost tribes of Israel. In the case of Papua New Guinea too, the scientific proof was sought and found because some years back, a group of Israeli scientists, medics, flew to Papua New Guinea to take genetic samples, and they confirmed after the analysis that there is genetic resemblance between the people in Papua New Guinea and people in Israel today. Do I still have time? Yes. That brings me to the last point. You can see this idea plays also out in politics, and partly it is being instrumentalized. Religion plays a very important role in people's lives in Papua New Guinea. So as it actually should be, it also translates into politics. The idea of Papua New Guineans being a lost tribe found its way into official politics, the parliament in Papua New Guinea. It is encouraged also from the outside by Jewish fundamentalists and also certain Christian circles and Jewish circles in Israel and the United States. And there is today a Christian Zionist movement in Papua New Guinea. So, because in this tribal society, if you are related to someone, you have an obligation to that someone. So if we are one of the lost tribes and we are related to the people in Israel, we are brothers to them, brothers and sisters. So there was in my time when I was in Papua New Guinea, there was, I don't remember what, but there was a natural disaster in Israel, flooding or drought, or I don't remember what it was, but I remember that there was a collection. Ordinary people in Papua New Guinea collected money to send it to the people affected by the disaster in Israel. I imagine people in Papua New Guinea are so much poorer than the people in Israel, but they felt that obligation. We have to help our brothers. But also politically, there is support for Israel, because the idea that we are the covenant people, part of the covenant people, and the Jews are the covenant people, so we must stand by them. So that translates also in political support to Israel. For example, in 2023, the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister, a Seventh-day Adventist, traveled with a large party to Israel to open a Papua New Guinea embassy in West Jerusalem. If you remember, that was a move of the Trump administration, but that move was only joined by 5 nations, and among them Papua New Guinea. So the state of Papua New Guinea broke away from the long-held position of neutrality in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on religious grounds. And there's also, I'll show you another picture. Oh, sorry, I must do screen sharing. I hope you can see it. You see there on the picture how some ministers carry in a Bible into the parliament. This Bible was also brought in from the United States, a 400-year-old King James version of the Bible, and it has now a place of honor in parliament. So Papua New Guinea says we are a Christian nation, and there were even moves to declare Christianity as the state religion, the only recognized religion in Papua New Guinea, which was luckily opposed by the mainline churches, such as Anglicans, Catholics, and the Protestant churches. Yeah, I still have a video clip, but I stop here, so I have to allow also some time for our discussion.
Thank you so much, sister, for guiding us in this last journey before the break. And from Ghanaian perspective, I was listening about the lost tribe because also we live the same experience. I have 2 questions booked by Professor Gamel-Frans and Professor Scholtner. But before, there is a comment from our very active Nameta that she wrote. There is an uncanny similarity between the culture of the Jewish as described in the Bible with tradition of people in Northwest India. So in some ways, Sister Anna, she supports your statement. Before that, there is a chat from Father Voci that is not related straight to the paper, but I invite you to read because it's part of our contribution to the chat. Sister Anne, please, how you comment this entry from Nameta?
From Namita? Yeah,
Namita.
it's because I have never been there to India, but I believe this is also the northwest of India is also a tribal society. So there will be many similarities there in the organization of society, in the core values of society.
Professor Gamel-Frans, Frans is in the phone. So, okay, we can. Marivon, can you ask your question while Frans and his telephone call? Okay, Frans, we give the word to Marivon because we are on the phone. Okay, after we come back to you, please.
Yes, thank you very much for your interesting speech. I found it very interesting and impressing what you say. I have understand that you say that the Bible is for the people in Papua New Guinea very important for their Christian identity. I'm interested about the thing if do the text of the councils, for example, from the Council of Nicaea, Constantinople, Chalcedon, or from the first or second Vaticanum, do these texts or things what they say in the councils any role? Do they play any role for the Christian identity in Papua New Guinea, or just the Bible?
Yeah, in Papua New Guinea, we are not that learned and sophisticated. And so first and foremost, I would say people draw inspiration from the Bible, really. Of course, at the seminaries and universities, also the other documents are being studied. And again, I would say patristic literature is a source of inspiration. Maybe because the world experience and worldview has, again, similarities there. And of course, for Christians, the Nicene Creed, yes. But this is not for, this is for Catholics more than for the other denominations, especially the denominations coming more from the evangelical, Protestant, Pentecostal side.
Thank you.
Also, sorry, afterthought, you see, the Bible is a book of stories. It is so much more fascinating than doctrines and abstract explanations. Yeah.
Franz, please.
Thank you, Anna, for this very interesting lecture. I did not know about that. May I just ask, is there also a Jewish community in Papua New Guinea? Is there a group of Jewish faithful? And are there connections to Ethiopia? In Ethiopia, there's also a very strong community, Jewish community, and also Christians who, I would say, are connected or sympathize with, in a special way, with Judaism.
There is a small Jewish community, like there's a small Hindu or Muslim community, but these are immigrants, mostly business people who have come to Papua New Guinea for business. They are not Papua New Guineans themselves. Nowadays there are some Papua New Guineans that convert to Islam, but it's sometimes a confused identity. They say, no, of course I'm Christian, but I'm Christian, but I practice Jewish worship, or I practice Muslim worship, but they would still identify as Christians.
And Dr. Garbin Godibert, also you raise your hand.
Yes, please. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Like Professor Gatti rightly said, we also have a group that identifies or has this idea of tracing their root to the lost tribes. But in their case, you see they express this identity through some of their festivals. Now, in your presentation, you mentioned that for the people in Papua Guinea, the Old Testament sits at home with them. So I'd like to find out, how do they express this identity? Do they also have festivals that are similar to some of the festivals in the Old Testament? How is the expression of their identity like? Thank you.
Yeah. You see, Papua New Guinea is so many different cultures and tribes, and I do not know them all. I lived only in 2 regions of Papua New Guinea. So, but according to my experience, people celebrate their faith with the Christian festivals. As I said, even if they identify as one of the lost tribe of Israel, they do not say we are Jews, but we are Christians. And like Professor Franz Gemeiner-Pranzel presented to us yesterday, we adopted the Jewish Holy Scripture and made them our own. So partly we adopted also Jewish festivals and Jewish cultural expressions and made them our Christian own identity. the Christians in Papua New Guinea celebrate Christian festivals and also local cultural festivals, but they are somehow, they don't longer have a religious foundation, these festivals, but are kind of become part of Christian culture. For example, all these dances, cultural processions are now part of the Catholic worship liturgy in this way. I do not know whether I understood your question the right way.
Godibert, are you satisfied? Or...
Yes.
Great. There is still some minutes. Any other question for our speakers? I don't see, so I ask myself the last question. I'm curious about the point, no? Because as Dr. Godibert was telling, in Ghana, for example, and also in Ethiopia, as my colleague was telling, this Jewish Christian is joined in Ethiopia, creating a new form of Christianity that is very interesting, no? Especially inside the Orthodox Church, that is the majority. In Ghana, is very interesting because many elements of the local culture, no, that is very rich, is in some way absorbed in a way in which live and express Christianity. So my question is that in this nation with many ethnic groups, 800 full languages, lot of conflict and meeting between culture, how the element of traditional cultures, I use the plural, are adopted in Christianity. Not only the expression of music, dancing, but also really concerning the soul of the people. Which kind of element from the traditional culture and in this new idea, new self-identity that found in Christianity a point of unity?
Yeah, that is one puzzle, to me, a puzzling observation that I made in Papua New Guinea. Those churches that made it a point to make space for traditional culture, for example, very much the Catholic Church, as I said, incorporated many local cultural expressions into the liturgy, like costumes, dances, songs. These churches lose members, are declining, whereas churches that kind of make a strict cut between original cultures and a new identity, they are successful. For example, the Seventh-day Adventists are the fastest growing church. And they advocate, all the traditional culture is of the devil, let's say, must be disposed. And the new identity is expressed, for example, Seventh-day Adventists go in a white shirt with a necktie and long trousers and follow more their Jewish cultural traditions. They celebrate the Sabbath. They don't do. So this seems to be a successful mixture.
Thank you so much, Sister Anne. And I really appreciate you for the beautiful presentation and all the ideas that you give us that sure will come up. Before going to drink our coffee, tea, cocoa, what you want, I would like to give 1 minute to Father Jean because he promised to make our life simple in writing our opinion. Father Jean, please tell us.
I think, thank you. I think that the problem was already solved because I see that there are many people that already expressed or add their contribution to the document. So we have already 5 rows taken, so 5 people expressed. If anyone, because yeah, the problem is to log in the document. You are all registered there as editors with the email that you provided when you subscribed, registered for this conference. So this email I put there. It shouldn't be any problem if you enter there with this email. Even if for any Murphy rows you have some problem, so there's always option. There's always option to request the permission. So ask for permission to be allowed to make comment, and I will receive the email, and immediately I will authorize you to put your comment there. So you are once again invited, encouraged, welcome to give your contribution. This will help us, as Father Wojciech said, help us to do the final synthesis with all these contributions and our fruits of this conference.
Thank you so much, Father Jean, and thank you, Dr. Michael.
Sorry, Nicoletta, one more request that Wojtek is not saying what I just remembered that he asked me to ask. You already all presented from yesterday your presentations, a copy of your presentations. If you have it in PDF, those who didn't present yet or didn't send it, so please do it, sending them or via WhatsApp or via email to me. Better to WhatsApp, so it's all there together. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This is very important. So thank you to everybody from Dr. Michael, Professor Borghi, Sister Oberat, Sister Damas, I forgot about it, no. And now we are going to enjoy 30-minute break, but we come back full of energy, 3 p.m. Rome time, because after the break, we are going to have 2 very important presentations from Reverend Chapon and from Professor Chapon. So enjoy the break and see you very punctual as we are in 30 minutes. See you 3 o'clock Roman time. Bye-bye for now.
And the unrighteous man his thoughts seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, let him return to the Lord. seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. Let him return to the Lord, and he will have mercy on him. And to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. Let him return to the Lord, and he will have mercy on him. And to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, says the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. To whom then will you liken me, or to whom shall I be equal, says the Holy One. Lift up your eyes on high and see who has created these things, who brings out their host by number. He calls them all by name, by the greatness of his might and the strength of his power. Not one is missing. Why do you say, O Jacob, and speak, O Israel? My way is hidden from the Lord, and my just claim is passed over by my God. Have you not known? Have you not heard? The everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable. Have you not known? Have you not heard? The everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable. He gives power to the weak, and to those who have no might. shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. To whom then will you liken me, or to whom shall I be equal? Says the Holy One. Says the Holy One. Will you liken me? Lift up your eyes on high and see who has created these things. Who brings out their host by number? He calls them all by name. By the greatness of his might and the strength of his power, not one is missing. Why do you say, O Jacob, and speak, O Israel? My way is hidden from the Lord, and my just claim is passed over by my God. Have you not known? Have you not heard? The everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable. Have you not known? Have you not heard? The everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, neither faints nor is weary. His understanding is unsearchable. He gives power to the weak, and to those who have no might, he increases strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. shall walk and not faint. For Zion's sake, I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake, I will not rest until her righteousness goes forth as brightness, and her salvation as a lamp that burns. The Gentiles shall see your righteousness, and all kings your glory. You shall be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord will name. You shall also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. You shall no longer be termed forsaken, nor shall your land anymore be termed desolate, but you shall be called Hephzibah, and your land Beulah, for the Lord delights in you, and your land shall be married, for as a young man marries a virgin, so shall your sons marry you, and as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so shall your God rejoice over you. I have set watchmen on your walls, O Jerusalem. They shall never hold their peace, day or night. You who make mention of the Lord, do not keep silent, and give him no rest till he establishes and till he makes Jerusalem to the end of the world. Sing to the daughter of Zion. Surely your salvation is coming. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him, and they shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of the Lord, and you shall be called sought out, a city not forsaken. If you love me, keep my commandments, and I will pray the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may abide with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you, that he may abide with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. I will not leave you orphans, I will come to you. If you love me, keep my commandments, and I will pray the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may abide with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you, that he may abide with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees not leave you orphans, I will come to you. That he may abide with you forever. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. I will not leave you orphans, I will come to you. I will not leave you orphans, I will come to you.
Welcome back. 3 minutes. I hope that you have your cup with you. Welcome back to all. I'm lucky to see face coming out a bit more rest. Wonderful.
Whose face is more rested?
I think that but Father Wojciech, no, is very tired, but the other. Namita, happy to see you also. Thank you for your deep.
Sorry, I want to start my video, but it tells me that the organizer has cut it off, so I do not know. I cannot.
Perhaps can you share in our WhatsApp platform?
Okay, now I got the permission.
Okay. So let us watch the short video while you are waiting for the others.
My video?
You want to show now? No, the video in. Sorry.
Oh,
I thought you do this. Don't
she
worry.
wanted to show us her face. It was
Okay, the face. And Sister Mary, you have a question that Dr. Borlagno want to post for you. I post online for him because he couldn't chat. So if you take some time to answer to him in the chat, I will be very grateful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there was
Great.
also one question here, but I think that it was already answered in YouTube. What strategies the community of faith would adopt to bring the youth of Southeast Nigeria from traditional religion to Christianity?
Yes, was one of the questions that was also asked by our participant.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. So if, Sister, you take some minutes to answer in chat to the question, I will be very, very grateful, Dr. Borlagno. Thank you so much. Welcome back to all of you. And it's 5 o'clock Roman time. And I hope that Dr. Reverend Achapong, he was there before. I cannot see him now. Dr. Achapong.
Not
present. He was there before, but I cannot.
Hello. Yes, I'm online. Please, can you hear me?
Yes. You are Dr. Achapong of Professor Chepoe? Professor Chepoe. Okay, Dr. Achapong.
Okay.
Achapong now I see, great. So both our speakers are online. Reverend Achapong, can you see? Good. Now I see both faces. I'm very happy about that. Great. So in the afternoon, we are going to have 2 papers. One from Reverend Achapong that I'm going to introduce to you immediately. And the second paper from Professor Chepoe. that is speaking from Pakistan. So let us introduce you to Reverend Achapong. Reverend Achapong is an ordained minister, an associate pastor of Trinity Baptist Church. He's a family man, and his study interests focus on the New Testament and in Pauline literature and mission, church growth, and Christian identity. He has served as a Bible teacher in his local church for several years before being ordained, and he holds a Master of Art in Ministry from Trinity Theological Seminary and a Master of Philosophy in New Testament Study for the Department of the Study of Religions, University of Ghana. Together with the family, the ministry, and the study, he's also very passionate about new technology, emission through new technology, and he has a YouTube channel that I invite you to visit, Albert Moses. After he's going to put the link in our common platform, focus on Bible, relationship, and marriage. With Reverend Achapong, we are going in the letter to Philippians because his topic is about mission and identity. Philippians 1:27-8 and contemporary Ghanaian charismatic churches in dialogue. Thank you so much. Reverend Achapong, your audience is ready. Please, the word is to you.
All right. Thank you so much. God bless you all. It's been an interactive session we've had since yesterday, and it's a privilege to participate. And I want to especially thank Professor Gatti, my special mama. Yes. So I'd want to share my screen shortly. Yes, please, can we see my slides?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Just before the session, I was having a few internet challenges, but so in case my feed goes off, I will connect with my mobile, and I might not be able to share the screen. So just as a side note. All right. So the topic of my presentation is mission and identity, Philippians chapter 1, verse 27 to chapter 2, verse 18, verse 2, verse 8, and contemporary Ghanaian charismatic churches in dialogue. So the outline of my presentation will be from an introduction, a biblical foundation, the missional identity, a cultural context, hermeneutics and interpretation, a holistic mission where I do the engagement between the text and the reality, and a summary conclusion. So just before we proceed, I just want us to look at these few images of various posters captured from social media, some from around, and we just identify a few things from there. The second one, you realize that we see a theme centrally on Matthew 28, making disciples for the takeover and so on. So the mission of the church in Africa has supposedly been seen as an embodiment of mainly the Great Commission. And it is remarked that the success of the rapid growth of the churches in Africa and in our context in Ghana and the charismatic churches has been more like a fulfillment of the Great Commission message. but two questions come to mind when we see some of these occurrences. That is just the mission of the church or the charismatic church, just the making of disciples? Is it only solely towards the quantitative growth of the church? So other scholars have also argued that mission is not solely just to expand the church and the church buildings, but the church being an expression of the salvation of God in the world. So it calls us to reflect on a definition of mission and the objective of mission of the charismatic churches in Ghana and also to the broader world. In light of this study focuses on how the model of the church mission, according to the text in Philippians 1:27 to 2:8, how it challenges the Christian identity of the charismatic churches in Ghana. Because whatever the church represents is what its identity is made up of. And in our cultural context, which is the charismatic churches I have engaged with, we want to see how this text challenges the identity in that regard. And the approach to be used is the communicative approach to African biblical hermeneutics, which Osam Bacha proposed. And I'll be looking at the text and also the context, which is the reality we find ourselves, and how it engages the text and the reality to draw out the call to action of the text, and then its engagement to draw out some conclusions as well. So with a biblical foundation, we look at the text and why the Philippian text, for example, and we know that Apostle Paul and mission is notable in the Bible because of his missional activities, which is characterized by mainly his proclamation, and also secondly, he becoming the gospel, proposing that mission is becoming the gospel. And other texts in Romans 1-2 Corinthians, other books, sorry, Romans 1-2 Corinthians and Galatians have had extensive work and research with respect to mission. And often it is noted that the book of Philippians is often forgotten when we are discussing the subject of Christian mission. But it is key because the letter to the Philippians encompasses two main things, that it looks at the life of the Christian, which is a life worthy of the gospel of Christ, and also looking at a harmonious communal conduct. That's the life of the community itself. And when we come to missional identity, we understand that mission concerns the participation in God's mission. That's the Missio Dei, to redeem and restore all creation. It also testifies of God's salvation in the world. That's the expression of God's realities or God's salvation through the life of the church. And the discussion has also evolved in several debates about mission to look at a comprehensive approach that considers social, economic, and spiritual needs of the world. So evolving in this, a term called holistic mission has been brought up by the engagement on the subject of mission, which regards evangelism and social responsibility as indivisible, meaning that you can't just embark on the mission of proclamation and forget about the society. So it seeks to, which McConnell argues that holistic mission seeks to seeks the integration of the building of the church and transforming society that is drawing profoundly on the idea of the kingdom of God, that it encompasses the faith, the call to the faith by an attraction based on the life of the community, which translates or reflects their immediate or extended community. Thus, mission has to do with not just the proclamation of a message to the people to draw them, but also the life of that community, which is the Christian community, the charismatic church, its life being a reflection to serve as a form of attraction to the world, to draw itself to the world. So we look at Walls and Ross proposing the 5 marks of mission, which has been more of a benchmark or a framework on which holistic mission is seen. And we has the 5 marks, which is the first, the proclamation of the message, to teaching, to baptizing and nurturing people that come into the faith, response and service to the call, societal transformation, where we look at how our society is improved, how our society becomes a better place for all of us, and also sustainability, looking at the environment and making sure our environment is conducive for all of creation. So environmental sustainability and all others are part of the goal of holistic mission. In engaging with the cultural context, which I had some interviews and focus group discussions to understand the idea of mission, or what's the missional identity of the charismatic church in Ghana is. It was found that the Great Commission, according to Matthew 28, verse 18 to 20, is the central focus or the theme or the main idea of the charismatic church's missional identity, which is made up of evangelism, the winning of souls to increase the church numerically, and the idea of church planting, which has been the drive or the focus of the charismatic church, to have a bigger number of churches, to have the biggest congregation, doing everything possible to attract people, especially the youth, into churches. And this idea has been that for most of the churches, and there has not been any much development. A few discussions were had with some pastors as well, and the same idea was reiterated as in the focus group discussion. Now, in interpreting the text, the rhetorical criticism proposed by Kennedy was used, but for the sake of this presentation, we won't go into the depth of the process, but just I will highlight a few of the issues there and some of the findings from the text, and the situation looking at the specific context of the Pauline letter, which is informed by the history, the location, and the relationship that Paul has with his community. We looked at it as a Roman community, a Gentile church, and Paul's ministry in Philippi, which led to his imprisonment. But the situation or the problem within that context involves the motives for the preaching of the gospel, which was a result of envy, rivalry, selfish ambition. So this informs the idea of the situation or the problem around the time of the writing. So in analyzing the text using the method, a number of
We'll have a break.
Let us hope that we can come back. Nice to meet him. Okay, let us see if we can enter again, perhaps also with using the phone as promised. Okay, he's back. Great, Albert. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So, sorry, please, where did I drop? Is it around when I started talking about the hermeneutics?
You were speaking about the appeal that Paul
Yeah.
was directing to the community.
Yes. Okay. Sure. So, yes. So, I'm gonna be able to share the screen. But the appeal, so the first appeal has to do with appeal to the steadfastness of and unity in the face of opposition, where we see a sharp contrast in the tone of Apostle Paul in his writing, where he used more of the imperatives such as polytheusia, which is live in a manner or live as citizens. The next appeal is an appeal to unity based on their common life in Christ, which is seen in chapter 2, verse 1 to 4, which he used the term koinonia pneumatos, that is communion built in the gift of the Spirit. That the third appeal has to do with appeal to Christ's example of humility. And it is a mindset that Apostle Paul was demanding from the community to have the mindset of Christ as Jesus was exalted by God. And this in reference to Isaiah 45, verse 23. So we see that a sharp contrast from the passage from the indicative to imperative, which is a typical rhetorical device that Apostle Paul uses to draw attention to the message that he wants to carry across to the church or to the community, where the indicative represents or explains the faith and the beliefs that he wants to present, and then the imperative contextualizes that indicative in the life of the community. So there are a number of missiological implications from the text, which the first has to do with the evaluation of the attitudes in mission, looking at the example of Christ, suffering for the sake of the gospel, servant leadership using the Christ hymn, the humility of Jesus Christ in his life and his death. that a community needs to appreciate that servant leadership of Jesus Christ. So the other implication missiologically has to do with the quality of relationships. That Paul's letter serves as a letter of friendship, which Hansen has asserted. And also the mission of the letter is a form of attraction, that if the community lives a life that is worthy, that example that they need to live, then it serves as an attraction for others to see that they carry something valuable. So then we see that mission is not just about the individual, it's not just about the leader, but it is about the community's responsibility. So in engaging the text and the context, the number of things that the text in Philippians 1, verse 27 to 28 challenges the perception of mission in the Ghanaian charismatic church. And the first challenge is a reflection on the definition of its mission, to broaden its scope of mission, to understand that mission is not just limited to evangelism, it's not just limited to the numerical increase of church membership, because that is not only the sign. Mission has to do with the maintenance of the integrity and the perseverance of the community, even during difficult circumstances. The text also challenges the charismatic church to also see mission as it's central to the community. It's not central on the leader of the group or the charismatic church leader, but it is central to the community. Another challenge the text poses, that mission is as an attraction, that we look at evangelism and soul winning as opposed to communal life. So Paul charges the church to live a life worthy of the gospel. So just the proclamation of the gospel or the message to people doesn't solely embody the fullness of mission, because in as much as we go out to share the gospel, our individual and communal life is also very important in mission. One of the key things that the text challenges the community is that the problem is about the problem of identity in the charismatic church. So the charismatic church's identity is not just solely about proclamation. It's not just solely about proclamation, because proclamation presents an exclusive identity of the church as opposed to holistic mission, which encompasses all of creation. So the churches looking at holistic mission would have an all-encompassing and more a more inclusive idea of mission. And also the salvation is not limited to the church. It's broadened up to the whole of creation. Because if you are living a life worthy of the gospel, you will be involved in societal transformation, looking at the environment, how it is sustained, how we live a better environment for the future generation. So we hold on to the argument of the 5 marks of mission, because that presents a more inclusive identity of the church. So in conclusion, I would highlight that, yes, making of disciples and teaching them to obey everything that the Lord has taught is key. But it doesn't end there, because there is also an experience of Christ
reflection of Christ as God, which leads to the transformation of our communities. Therefore, the missionary focus of the charismatic church should inculcate contemporary issues and also a holistic approach. Yeah. Thank you very much for the time and for the audience. I'm sorry about the internet issue. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you to you. Don't worry for internet because even our secretary this morning had a problem. So if our chief technology has a problem, all of us are absolved. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank
And
you.
do not allow the problem to stop you. And I hope that you share with us the slides so that all of us can enjoy. Now there is,
Yes, I'll do that very well.
I know because you are highly technology. Great. Thank you so much. A very interesting paper in which the context of charismatic churches that now constitute the majority of Christianity in Ghana, for example, are interact, their vision of mission, a proposal of mission based on the Bible, following the 5 indicator of the Western Rose. So the floor is open for question, comment, clarification, interaction. There is a thank you from Reverend Garvin coming through the chat. Any intervention, question? Okay, great. Franz, number 1.
Thank you,
after
Nicolete, for your lecture. I just want to ask, you speak about an inclusive understanding of mission. What do you think how to deal with secular people? So what does it mean to represent the mission of Christ in the dialogue with people without religion? I know there is a discussion. Some people say in Africa there are no atheists, but there are. They are there, and people who are not interested in religion. What do you think? What is the relation? What is the theology of mission in the dialogue with people without religion?
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Franz. So in that regard, my thought, or from what I have studied, I come to suppose that everyone inherently has a form of a belief. We believe there is God or a higher self out there. So that is why the inclusive aspect of mission focuses on the communal life of the Christian community. That the life that the community exhibits is what will serve as a form of attraction for the people who supposedly do not believe, because they understand, or they would realize, that the Christian community possesses something unique that is worth investigating. So with the all-inclusive approach would mean that the Christian community embraces the 5 marks of mission, embraces proclamation, embraces response and service to community, embraces sustainability, embraces all the other facets to make sure that we present a life that is attractive to the people. And that is what will make it inclusive, because as proclamation alone and evangelizing doesn't present it as an inclusive, make it exclusive, because you just have to accept the message. But on the other hand, your message and your lifestyle must correlate, and that is what will serve as the mission of attraction. Yeah.
Thank you. Your reply reminds me what in our Catholic tradition Pope Paul VI said 50 years ago. He said, "The only gospel which people today read is our life." And maybe this could be a bridge in the theology.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before giving the floor to Sister, there are two questions in our chat. One from Dr. Vorlagno that asks, holistic mission is ideology or reality? From the speaking also from a Ghanaian context. And our sister Namita, they wrote, what are the similarity between the biblical context and your local context today? Albert, I ask you to be very, very synthetic because unfortunately internet has stolen some of our time and there is still a question from Sister. So how can you answer to these two questions? Can you see in chat?
Yes, I got the, is it ideology or a reality, isn't it?
Reality, yes. And the second is about the similarity between biblical context and pure local context. If you can give some very short
Yes,
answer.
so I think that holistic mission is not just an ideology, it is a reality, because some of our communities are involved in other aspects of mission. For example, we go out to do donations, but that reality is not supposedly propagated the more in our churches, because we only highlight on the proclamation, go and preach, go and preach. But in our reality, we need to make holistic mission a more practical, a more achievable goal. So that is what I would add. And for the second one, asking about the biblical context and the local context, I think one of the key issues with the context in the Philippian is issue of living a communal life, where Apostle Paul was highlighting. And I think in our local church, mostly in Africa, communal living is something that we embrace. Yes, but in the light of the gospel, the key aspect is the life of the community being a reflection for others to see and for others to serve as a witness to Christ. Yeah, so that's what I would add. Yeah.
I think it's fundamental. Let us conclude with the question of Sister Mary Jerome. Sister, please.
Thank you very much, Albert, for this very interesting presentation. When you say charismatic church, I suppose you mean Pentecostal, is it? Yeah. You mean Pentecostal?
Yeah, so
Pentecostal
charismatic,
church.
there's a bridge, yes. So charismatic Pentecostal church.
Okay.
That's yes.
My question is this, because in my country, we also have serious problem of this. How does their prosperity gospel affect the pastoral work in Ghanaian contexts? Do you have that problem?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Prosperity gospel challenge I think is a global phenomenon that has also seen itself in Africa and in Ghana. But the challenge to that is it deters people from coming to the faith. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
We can hear. Go on.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
yeah. So it deters, the challenge or the problem it poses is it deters people from coming into the faith, because it is something that is seen as the leader of that group using the gospel as a means to enrich him or herself. That idea of come and you shall receive a blessing, come and you shall be prosperous. I mean, when Jesus Christ talks about coming to carry our cross daily, it is a carrying of a cross, and that comes with its responsibility on a daily basis. He didn't assure us that we should come and then we are to be fishers of men, not fishers of the wealth and all that. So that challenge is there, and it's also in Ghana as well. Yeah, and there's proliferation on our TV stations, our media of various churches come and bring one CD and make 1,000 and all that. It is very evident here as well.
Yes, it's a very wide field, wide field. Reverend Atapong, I'm sorry to interrupt here. It was a wonderful presentation. Let us clap for him also because it
Thank you
is
so much.
international presentation. And I think that he did very well. And we are looking forward to see your slide and also to read your paper. Thank you so much for all of us. And you see from your friends Nelson from United States. And now, let us go to the last but not least wonderful presentation of today that comes from Pakistan, from a Ghanaian scholar, Professor Christian Chepoe. Christian Chepoe is a senior lecturer and is also the head of the Center for Ministerial Formation and Training at Pentecost University in Accra, Ghana. He holds a PhD from the Oxford Center for Mission Study. He is an ordained minister of the Church of Pentecost when he served as a resident minister of Alang Worship Center, Accra, and is a member of the editorial committee of the Church of Pentecost worldwide. He served as a member of the Faith and Order Commission of the World Council of Churches and as executive editor of Pentecostal Education, the Journal of the World Alliance for Pentecostal Theological Education. His research interests include African Pentecostal Charismatic Christianity, intergenerational mission, and contextualization. He's author of many peer-reviewed articles. The last reached my table 2 days ago, and book. Between the book, let us note this in 22, Intergenerational Missiology, an African Pentecostal perspective that I invite all of you to read because it's extremely interesting. Professor, the floor is yours. And we are really happy to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking from Pakistan. And permit me for not showing my video. My background is a bit dark, but I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much. So my presentation is on cross-cultural missions in multi-generational context. Interpretations from Luke chapter 5, verse 27 to 39. So the background to this presentation, I'm looking at the challenges the gospel faces when it encounters new cultures. So here, I admit the fact that gospel and culture encounter is not a new one at all. A lot of research has already been carried out about the gospel and culture encounter. And of course, the challenges that scholars, theologians, missiologists, and even practitioners identify about the challenges of gospel and culture encounter has produced a lot of literature and a lot of terminologies that are directed towards solving this problem. For example, terms like indigenization, localization, accommodation, adaptation, incarnation, enculturation, contextualization are all terminologies that have generated over the years to respond to this single problem of how effective the gospel can encounter new cultures in meaningful, relevant, and contextual ways. So scholars like Richard Nebo, Robert Schreiter, Stephen Bevans, Shoki Ko, Louis Lusbertak, And many other scholars have written a lot of articles and books just to respond to this. So the problem I'm talking about is not new. But what is new about my presentation? I have identified a problem with the scholarly material that are available, that cross-cultural mission seems to have concentrated so much on foreign missions to the neglect of generational missions. In course of my presentation, I may be explaining a little better what I mean by generational missions. So here, I've done a little survey of this, and I want to use 3 scholars to actually make my point a bit clearer. For example, you can get books that talks about mission to the ends of the earth, missions to the ends of the earth. And this one is one of the books written by the renowned missiologist, renowned Pentecostal missiologist, Alan Anderson, wrote a book with this title, Missions to the Ends of the Earth. Then another Pentecostal scholar, ecumenist, who also actually wrote an article on this Pentecostalism and mission from Azusa Street to the ends of the earth. Now, the point I'm making here is that many mission research, books and articles are directed to the concept of getting to the ends of the earth. So it brings out the geographic nature or the geographical nature of our understanding of the Gospels and encounter with cultures. I also tried to use Andrew Walls, one of the renowned theological historians who actually has influenced a lot of thinking about the mission history of the Christian church in contemporary times. One of the books Andrew Walls wrote is The Missionary Movement in Christian History, Studies in the Transmission of the Faith. Now, in this book, Andrew Walls used a metaphor of the long-living scholarly space visitor to describe the transformations the Christian faith experiences when it crosses one geographical culture to another geographic culture, or when it moves from one Christian heartland to another Christian heartland, the kind of transformations that occur. For example, using the metaphor of a long-living scholarly space visitor, Professor Walls tried to describe an imaginary interplanetary religious scholar who is actually doing comparison of the transformations of the faith as it moves from one center of Christian vitality to another center of Christian vitality. According to him, this space visitor observed Christianity in the Jewish context in the early days of the church, then went back to space and returned to the planet Earth after 300 years. But this time, the visitor went to the Greco-Roman world and saw all the transformations that have happened, to the extent that the Christianity, the space visitor observed in the Jewish context was completely different or disconnect from the kind of Christianity he observed in the Greco-Roman world. And of course, the space visitor happened to arrive at the time when the Nicaea conference was being held. And I'm fortunate to present this paper when the 1700 Nicaea conference anniversary will be celebrated this year somewhere in Egypt. And I believe that some of you may be attending that conference being organized by the World Council of Churches. Then again, the scholarly visitor went and came back, this time not to Greco-Roman world, but to somewhere in Irish, and saw a different color of Christianity, then came back another 1,000 years, but this time to Western Europe, specifically to London, where the Western Protestant movement has been on its peak. Conferences were being held, books were being written, the Bible has been translated from Greek and Hebrew to English language. Many transformations have happened. Then finally, this space visitor came back to the planet Earth and went to Nigeria, where he saw people vibrantly worshiping in long robes, calling themselves cherubims and seraphims, and they also call themselves Christian. His argument is that at every point in time, when the space visitor comes to the planet Earth, Christianity changes color completely based on the geographical location where the visitor visits. This is an enlightening metaphor that Andrew Walls provides. But the challenge I have been thinking through is that this visitor never tried to go back to the former heartland, maybe to the Jewish community, to see what was happening to the succeeding generations after the first time he came to meet the first people, or to go back to the Greco-Roman world to look at what has happened to the generations years after he has left. So these have been some of the things I'm thinking about. So my attempt in this whole presentation is to use Jesus' metaphor of new wine in old wineskin, as we find in Luke chapter 5, 27 to 39, to draw attention to how the conversation can be expanded beyond space, beyond geography, beyond foreign missions, to also include mission within time, mission within the same location, from one generation to another generation. And that is what I am actually referring to as generational mission, or mission in generational context. And I think that this aspect of mission has been neglected from studies for a very long time. I argue that Jesus' encounter with the Jewish believers, or with the Jewish people, one of the biggest challenges that Jesus has to encounter was their understanding of the message Jesus was carrying. So, yeah, so cross-cultural mission, or the gospel and culture encounter, has continued, even in our time, as it has been in biblical time. For the first century Jews, before Jesus' incarnation into their society, they had formed their own theological identity of an ideal godly person, or how ideal godly living is supposed to be. So anybody who seems to deviate from their theological formulation of an ideal godly person does not qualify as a child of God. A godly person for them is a person who should not associate with sinners and tax collectors. So you see the problem Jesus encountered. Another thing they formulated, or their theological position, was that a true worshiper of God should fast regularly, probably 2 times in every week, and pray publicly as a sign of spirituality and godliness. So these have been their theological understanding. As a result of this background, when the Pharisees and the scribes saw Jesus and his disciples actually eating and drinking in the house of Levi, now let me call him now, in the house of Levi, together with a large number of tax collectors, they were angry, they were outraged, because they did not understand why he should do that. For the Pharisees, he contradicts many religious regulations. Yet, he claims to be the Son of God. And people followed him and considered him to be the Messiah. So for them, because Jesus did not meet their theological understanding and formulations, he does not qualify as the Son of God, yet to parade himself as the Messiah for people to follow him. In the biblical narrative under consideration, it is apparent that Jesus was at variance with their time-tested traditions, piously observed by the Pharisees, as John and his disciples also seems to have conformed with what the Pharisees actually believed. Jesus' identity as a godly person was in doubt. So how can he claim to be the Son of God? John's disciples, for instance, in Luke chapter 5, verse 30 and 33, they contend that John's disciples often fast and pray, and so do the disciples of the Pharisees. But yours go on eating and drinking. This is where my understanding is coming from. In response to these reactions, Jesus raised some theological issues which are very relevant for cross-cultural mission. I identified 5 of them, but I'll explain only 2 of them. But let me mention the 5 quickly. The first one Jesus identified was that those who are healthy have no need for a physician, but those who are sick. Jesus came not because of the righteous, but to bring sinners to repentance. I provided the biblical verses. I'll share my slide with you as well. Number 2, wedding guests do not fast while the bridegroom is with them. They fast when the bridegroom is taken away from them. Number 3, no one tears a piece from a new garment and put it on an old garment. If it happens, the new will be destroyed. The piece from the old will not match the new. Number 4, no one puts new wine into old wine skins. If that is attempted, both the wine and the wineskin will be destroyed. New wine must be put into fresh wineskins. Then the final one, number 5, no one, after drinking old wine, desires the new, for they say the old is good. So these are the issues Jesus used to respond to their reactions. I'm explaining the last 2, then I can conclude my presentation. No one puts new wine into old wineskins. If it does, the new wine will burst, and the wineskin will burst, and it will be spilled, and the skins will be destroyed. But new wine must be put into fresh wineskins. According to Wilbert Schenck, the new wine in this parable stands for a new age, while the old wineskin represent outdated rules that make no meaning in contemporary times. Also, in his Bible commentary, William MacDonald noted that the old wineskin represent outmoded forms, ordinances, traditions, and rituals, just as Schenck acknowledged. Schenck therefore suggests that since forms and traditions are not sacrosanct in each generation and place, there is the need to be sensitive to what God is doing rather than holding on to traditions without meaning. Jesus was therefore drawing their attention to a new era in which they were living at the time, a changing context, a new wine, which requires new theological understanding, new wineskin to sustain the new things Jesus was doing. If they continue to hold on to their old theological formulations of godly living or a godly person, they will miss the whole point of the coming of Jesus Christ, the Messiah. The implications of this parable for contemporary Christianity, especially in my context, in a multi-generational context, is that just as attempts are always made to contextualize mission in foreign lands, so also new generations must have fresh ideas, fresh revelations, fresh reflections of their theological formulations and traditions at all times. Here, I have always argued that our ministry to the youth and the children or the emerging generations should be understood in missional perspectives rather than just seeing them as children ministry and youth ministry. Jesus was therefore drawing attention to the new era in which they are, a changing context, a new wine, which requires a new understanding. I've talked about that. Any attempt to force new generations into old theological formulations will cause both to be destroyed. And no one, okay, so the first one is actually the issue of contextualization among generations, where the same missional principles that are used to contextualize the gospel in foreign lands from an understanding of the passage, the same missional principles should be employed in contextualizing the mission of the church to emerging generations. At a point in time, I am tempted to argue that Christianity seems to be dying in other heartlands because as people are busy contextualizing mission to other lands, they forget about what is happening to their own children and the generations that follow them in their own homelands. So they forget mission to the next generation in their own homelands and concentrate on mission to foreign lands. And before they conquer the foreign lands, then the church begins to die in their own home countries. I think that both aspects of mission should be taken very seriously and critically. So the last aspect of my presentation is when Jesus said, "No one after drinking old wine wants the new, for they say the old is better." Here, Jesus is not saying the old is better, but he says that the people who drink the old wine say the old is better. According to Judith Liu, a British New Testament scholar, this final saying of Jesus may imply that, of course, those familiar with the old will always reject the untried, the unfamiliar taste of the new wine. Here, I argue that this is where all of us are at risk, because at every point in time, whatever we have fought for and thought that is a new wine will become old wine one day when the context begins to change. When the generations are emerging, our understanding of culture, our understanding of understanding and interpretation of Bible would have to change. The question that would normally come is that, how possible could this be if the church is to maintain its integrity and not to become syncretic? What can we do to maintain the integrity of the church if we want to try as much as possible to be formulating new wineskins for every changing culture? But I think that is the work of theology, and that is the work of missiology, to provide new answers to new questions that emerge without destroying the authenticity and the effectiveness of the church in context. I think that I will want to skip all these ones and quickly go to my conclusion so that if there are other questions, we can ask. I want to make this profound statement that when people from the majority world countries around the 1950s responded to what they thought was Western hegemony of theology, where they think that Western theologians were imposing their theology on Africa, Asia, and Latin America, they formulated their own theologies. In Africa, for example, people like John Mbiti and other scholars, and in recent times, the Kwame Bediakus and the Kwesi Dixons formulated theologies which they call the authentic African theologies. One of the key figures that have been used in Ghana, for example, is Efie Kuma and her poetry, which the Reverend Father John Kirby translated, and this was promoted a lot by Kwame Bediaku, Jesus of the Deep Forest. The metaphor that they use of the time to describe what authentic Christian theology in Africa should be was very relevant to the context. But my question has been, how effective are those metaphors today in contemporary time? In my own understanding, at my master's education level, I have to struggle to reconstruct and understand the ancestral worship, to be able to understand Jesus as ancestor par excellence. Because in my growing, ancestor worship has never been part of my understanding. So teaching me Jesus as an ancestor par excellence was quite difficult. I have to come back and understand it. Based on that, these theologies that were formulated as authentic African theologies have become old wine that some people have drank. And they thought that every generation in Africa will continue to hold that same wine as authentic African theology. My argument is that theology must be rethink for every generation. So theology has to be done again for every generation using the principles of contextualization and intergenerationality, because Christian mission is not only affected by differences in geographical cultures, it is also affected by differences in generational cultures. This is particularly crucial in Africa, where the demography of the church is hugely intergenerational. So I repeat it in this different way. Just as cross-cultural mission is sensitive to geographical cultures, so also should it be sensitive to generational cultures. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry, thank you so much for your rich presentation. Can you stop sharing so that we can see all the faces around us, please? If you can stop sharing, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, and I hope that you share your slides so that we can read with calm the different contributions. The time is against us, so there is place only for one question. I think that my friend Franz he was not sorry. There is time only for one question because I saw that you were following and this is all in your field of competence in a very quick way. So there is somebody who want to ask a question. To start, there is okay. There are already on chat. When, for example, Vorlanio asks, how can the concept of multi-generational mission be practicalized in a local church? Can you please answer this question? Hello, Dr. Cepoe, can you hear me? Hello, Pro? Can you hear me? You need to unmute yourself. Okay. Okay. Can you see the question of Dr. Vorlanio? How can the concept of multi-generational mission be practicalized in a local church? Can you answer, please?
Right, seems that there is some problem of
There's
connection.
some problem of connection. I'm sorry. I'm happy that the connection will break before. So with this, let us go on with our last part. And
I think Anna had a question. She raised her hand.
The problem is that our speaker lost the connection.
Yeah, I'm writing in the chat.
You can start.
Write down the question, or you can ask it tomorrow.
Yes, or if you come back and be part of the discussion. With this, I would like to give the button to Sister Anna. And okay, Christian is back. Hello, can you hear you now? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear now.
Good. So, can you answer very briefly to this question? How can the concept of multi-generational mission be practicalized in a local church?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, the concept of intergenerational mission can be practiced in the local church when the local church understands how to reach out to young people, to emerging generations. For example, I have argued that the same missional principle, for example, missional principle will let you know that if you are reaching a foreign land, learn their language, try to understand their culture. In the same way, if you are reaching to people, try to learn their language, understand their culture. Another mission principle will say that raise indigenous leaders among the indigenous people. The same way for young people, raise leaders among them, let them front their own mission. If maybe I will also share a link to my book later on our page. If you read my book on intergenerational missiology, I have written practical steps that we can use to raise or to reach younger generations with the missional culture, understanding their intergenerational missional needs. Thank you.
Thank you to you. And after there is the request from Sister Anna, please. Thank you for quoting your story about the space traveler. I read it many years ago and enjoy it. Could you give us the reference, please? Can you post this reference in our platform, please? Is possible? Okay. It's gone again. So, Sister Anne, the button is to you, and after we ask Professor Chapon to do this, to post this online. Please guide us in the last part of our journey for today.
Yeah, we are a team of two, and to change face and voice. And today it's Father Wojciech guiding us.
I am sure that will be no improvement, neither on the case of the face nor the voice. But okay, good afternoon, and thank you for staying for so long. For some of you, it's getting late. We are fortunate here in Rome. So that final part of our meeting, of our conference, as you know, is really about teasing out some of the main insights, helpful insights that will help to kind of write something, a statement perhaps that will encapsulate this conference. And of course, theme being the culture, Bible, and identity, how these three interplay. First of all, there was little time for discussion. I personally have a list of questions that I would still like to ask the presenters. So maybe if we have time, we could still interact on that level. I don't think we should exclude that possibility, especially if they relate to the theme of the conference. But let us look first at these four points for guiding. You might call it questions. And let's do some discussion sharing on that. So as you know, the first one is about the insights and inspirations when it comes to on two levels. One is your personal, and so something that really would make you would impact your own approach to your ministry, to your work, to your life. And second one on specifically something about insights and inspirations in terms of the role of the Bible in the shaping of identity. And so I opened the floor. This is recorded. We will be going then through these recordings, but I'll be also grateful if you post this on that document which Father Jan has successfully finally published. So let's talk about some insights and inspirations, please. Floor is open, please. And don't be shy. We have still a few good minutes to do that.
Okay, if you allow me, I will start. When Father Michael was speaking, I remembered our old discussion when I visited you in Mumbai, and I asked, what is the attraction, Christian attraction for the Hindu people? And the answer was for the lowest class. So this is why the lowest class is entering or accepting, embracing Christianity, because in the Hinduism they have no future, they have no salvation, and Christianism is giving them the hope of eternal life. And this concept came to me after this conference, and then one of the speakers was speaking about this something special that Christianity is offering. This is the salvation, but the question is exactly what this salvation is, because yeah, something special, sure, but even if you are going to the biblical terms, Yasha, Soteria, Salvezza, there are three different, so protection, healing, and defense, so different aspects, and this in different cultures should be understood in very different forms, because this African contribution was pointing towards some global or holistic integration in the creation as the salvation. Long time I'm asking myself in our European context, does really in this first world reality people still expect something? What is this salvation? How is it understood? So it's on one side is an insight that I have, and on the other side I already wrote it, is an open question. Unfortunately, I couldn't follow the previous conference that was organized by Beate, in which some of you took part. That was about the salvation, but yeah, so this is the thing that emerged in me in these 2 days.
Thank you. Question of salvation. Yeah, how do we understand it? A fundamental, because how that relates to the Bible and history of salvation. So that is an open question, as well as inspiration. Please feel free. Sister Anna, I see the hand first, and then Namita.
Namita.
Yeah, when I look at the talks of this morning, they were on the call of Tarsus and the Igbo youth in Nigeria, my own talk, and then also Michael Sebastian's talk on Christians and Hindus. It seems to me that it was all about this kind of mixed identity, or also the tensions, the tensions that the adoption of Christian faith creates, like very clear in the case of Paul. He spoke of, Ernesto spoke about his conversion. Then the Igbo youth is going back to pre-Christian times because they are not satisfied with the results of adopting the Christian faith. Yeah, very clear in Michael Sebastian's talk that Christian faith challenges Hindu identity or Hindu anthropology. So I'm asking myself this tension, maybe that is not, it is maybe inherent, like when you adopt Christian faith, there is meant to be a tension. If there is no tension, if you sit comfortably in your identity like before, something might be wrong. And maybe the tension is also not meant to be solved, like it's that prophetic tension. I go back to my question from this morning. So, because often we want to solve the tensions or smoothen the identity, but maybe that's part of being a Christian. Being also sometimes countercultural and a counter to one's own culture.
Thank you, Anna. Let's continue with Namita.
I think today, salvation, especially for the newer generations, would be finding meaning in life. Both healing, because there's lots of woundedness, and meaning. And especially in this world, digital world, digitalized and virtualized world, I think that's very important. And in terms of mission, the image of a nut and bolt comes to mind. Because the nut and bolt, the bolt has a threading, which which has to be turned gradually into the nut. So inculturation also, as we were speaking about different continents, different religions and contexts, there is a search for meaning in each of the contexts. And the gospel is somehow filling that gap, but it has to go smoothly, in a circular manner. We cannot have a linear understanding of mission because we have to have a holistic grasp of the context. And very gradually, we have to really help the gospel to be contextualized. So salvation is not something otherworldly. I would say similar to the biblical times. People want that meaning here and now.
Thank you. Now I will. Okay. I see the hand. John Anthony, please.
Yeah, I also would like to pick up the discussion from John Stefano about what is salvation. So, in the background of his citing the incident discussion with Father Michael, yeah, if at all the subaltern or the Hindu people said they liked Christianity because it speaks about eternal life and salvation, it also has to be seen not as a theoretical understanding or intellectual conclusion. Rather, it has to be seen as a sociological or the life, this world for subaltern, especially for the Dalits, is so agony, so poverty-stricken, so bad, somehow they want to escape. That is how Hinduism also portrays this life. This life is bad, this life is full of problems and sufferings, and you have to be born in a higher caste, or you have to get away from this human life. You should not come back to this human life. All this stands in the background of seeing life as a negative in this world. So in that context only, we have to see the question of salvation. So I remember Agati organized a seminar on salvation. There I spoke about Hagar's story and how salvation can also be understood as well-being and quality of life. So salvation is not only that has to come after our death or eternal life, something we have hope for only, but rather it has to be, as Namita's at the end mentioned, it has to be here and now already. And it may be the extension in the afterlife. So therefore, salvation has to be seen in that line, and that would be more attractive for even the subaltern. Finally, as anecdote or whatever, recently I heard Professor Felix Wilfred, my own guide, speaking in some conference. While the Indian mentality is saying you have to escape from this life, the Western or the affluent countries, they are praying for the rebirth because this life is so good. Why can't I be born again in this rich and affluent life? So ultimately, it is not something other-oriented, but here and now. So from here, we launch on our salvation.
Thank you. Thank you, Gian Antonio. Okay. If I may ask, please, we have shared valuable insights on salvation and on culture. But I'm hearing very little about the Bible. Okay, in that context. Okay, sure, biblical texts are there, but remember we are talking about that threefold dynamic, which is culture, Bible, and identity. If you could share some insight, and please do not be limited. I said insights, inspirations. If you have open questions, methodological insights, please feel free. Okay. And if I may start in that direction, I was listening to Anna actually, and I'm going to probably be in trouble for saying this, but hearing how, first of all, that was for me an insight and a surprise that you have such you have a group, or in Papua New Guinea, people, Christians consider themselves the lost tribes. I met such people personally in Zimbabwe. And they were saying the same thing. So, of course, there were 10 tribes, so maybe they went in different directions. But jokes aside, I was captivated by one phrase there, by one of your statements, to the effect that Christianity institutionalized, I'm talking about denominations, okay, are divided very much and oftentimes at odds, not to say, or in conflict. And we know that there is a lot of that tension between the denominations. So Christianity divides, you could say, institutional Christianity divides. And yet, all of them claim allegiance or origin rooted in the same biblical history. And so if I would say institutional Christianity divides, Bible unites. Maybe something like that could be elaborated, and I'm saying this is just something that we could talk about. Okay, so in your comments, please try to go in that direction, just to tease out some potential questions for discussion and directions, because that is ultimately the purpose of this conference. So. Here you are. Yes, Michael?
One of the implications of what we have been hearing is this, the biblical vision is also very relevant in today's 21st century, even to Europe. What I meant to say is there is so much of secularization in the postmodern world. In that context, rediscovering the biblical vision of dignity and life-giving message. I think that discovery, what I felt from the presentation from Africa and various other places, how the biblical vision can transform, that is not only in this Asian and African context, but also very much it can be in the postmodern context of the world today. That's what I understand. That means there is so much work to be done, the Bible and mission. That insight I got from today's
Thank you, Michael. Nicoletta, you have your hands up.
Yes, in the same light, like my colleague that preceded me. One point, an open question that I have is about the relationship between worldview and biblical interpretation, because I think that this cut across all the presentation. Some presentation, in some situation, it looks as if the worldview became a sort of block to the adherence to Christianity, the proclamation of the gospel. No, sometimes we note like the worldview are against, for example, basic human rights. No, in different situations, starting from India and Africa, European too. No, but together the worldview is the channel, the key that help us to penetrate in the biblical message and really to find the Christ that can answer to the problem of the culture, no? They can really enter in dialogue with that. So this is a question and a method. No? In our department, for example, we try to take very seriously this aspect. All our thesis has these two partners, Bible and reality. Many of my students spoke about exegesis of the text, exegesis of reality. With the same attention that we exegete the text using the different methods, we study the reality using what the anthropologists and other scholars teach us. No? And I think that the two must be considered, because without understanding the worldview of the people, you cannot proclaim the gospel sometimes. For this reason, I was asking also before, Anna, but what about the local culture? No? And sometimes there is another aspect that we do not evaluate, this, that the worldview can open the text. So I realized that reading the text with the lens of a specific culture, the text itself is able to speak more. You understand level of meaning that before was unknown. And that's an European that live in Ethiopia before in Ghana that I experienced that. So this is the question how to do, and together a very important point, because otherwise the Bible can be this tool, and the Bible can be enriched by that, because we have a level of understanding that is much more deeper. So this is my confused contribution.
Thank you for that. It leads directly to the question of inspiration, I think, because the Bible, you know that it's obvious, expresses a worldview, and it is communicated through the lenses of cultures. And therefore, could we say that in this whole enterprise that we're talking about, we're talking ultimately about interaction of cultures? And in that sense, the whole question of inspiration comes. Yes, Ernesto?
Thank you. After today, I think that identity is very, very important treasure. Not jealous treasure, but treasure important. But the dialogue between identity and culture is the most important for our work, for our minister, for our life. I think that interpretation is the bridge between identity and culture. I think thank you very much for all the without my presentation, for all the presentation today, and I hope that important and work we can do in future. with our possibilities in analysis and interpretation.
Thank you, Ernesto. Anybody? Stefania, please. I saw you shaking your head there at one point. Please, please switch the mic on.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, I'm listening your presentation and your general reflections, and many of you you are talking about local culture. In this moment, I'm trying to understand what is for me Italian scholar local culture, and for me, local culture is the Italian environment or the European environment, and of course, the situation is quite different from the east of the world, from Africa, and so on. But we have the same problem. We have different cultures, different challenges, but the same problem. And it regards the conciliation, the connection between culture and the identity. A Christian identity, which in Italy and the north of Europe is lost. So I'm wondering if we have to probably we have to deep better to understand better what is the scenario of postmodernism and rationalism widespread in Europe. According to me, but it's an opinion and it needs to be deepened and a better understanding. In my opinion, modern young people or adults in the north of Europe, in Italy, have a big difficulties to accept the idea of a salvation coming from God and not coming from themselves. And I think it is strictly connected to the fact that the postmodern mankind, European postmodern mankind, cannot accept the idea of suffering and pains, as these ideas can seem a failure of the rationality, of human rationality. So the question is also how to conciliate rationality with faith and how to conciliate a new way of understanding our anthropology. I think the question is always the same. We cannot understand what is salvation and why we can open to Darwin salvation. We don't understand that the salvation is for the man and not to punish man or to treat man as a slave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. One more comment, please, and then my final comment.
I would like to add something if you don't mind.
Okay.
In today's world, what I can see is that a person's identity has been relativized. So it is just like an emoticon, a Facebook avatar, or something like that. And this loss of identity, this watering down of individual identity is causing youth to seek identity. So they are moving towards more traditional, philosophies, or towards fundamentalism, radicalization, because they are in search of an identity for themselves. Their identity is lost in today's digital world.
Thank you. Ernesto, please.
After Stefania, I think that it's necessary help us and the people understand that salvation it is the fullness of life. I think that is very, very important. Salvation not as negative concept, only negative concept, but positive concept, fullness of life, for the different generations, different reality, work, free time, and life, and food. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. We are out of time here. If you allow me to say just a word about what it seems, what resounds with me as a kind of a dominant theme, and also raises the questions for the future. I think what we heard at the end in particular is that issue of which was very well expressed, and this to me it's a great insight from today, this generational mission. Because you talk to young people in a different way that you talk to people who are, majority of us, our age. These are two different worlds, two different generations. And what the way that the Bible impacts us, it is completely different. Even look, Jan sent me something about the post-reading world today. Very telling. We don't read anymore. It becomes a foreign concept. And therefore this generational mission, and how can Bible function in that world? It's to me something really essential. But there is another question even deeper, and that has to do with salvation, which is not new, but it becomes, I think, ever more pronounced, and it was very clearly heard today. As you remember, the New Testament almost entire is written from the eschatological perspective, you know. Even John has eschatology, spiritual eschatology, if I can call it that. And so how can text that is fundamentally eschatological speak to the world that is fundamentally non-eschatological? Because for the postmodern world, eschatology, it's a myth, a pitiful myth. And so majority of it. And so that these would be my two kind of standout questions, open questions to be explored. How can Bible function in that dynamic as a culture shaping contribution or guide? Okay, with that, I will hand it over to the day's moderator.
Thank you so much. I think that Franz was want to add something, because he was raising his hand.
Just 2 sentences at the end. I don't want to make it longer. I feel encouraged by all your contributions, but at the same time, I ask myself, do we speak too much about identity? Because Bible says the only identity as Christians we have is to do something. So it is a practice. When we think about Matthew 15 or many other topics, perhaps you know the book by Amartya Sen, Identity and Violence. And in German, the book is translated, it is the trap of identity. If you speak, you are in a trap. So, because all right extremists and right populist parties, for example, in Austria, they speak about Christian identity. And I think Christian identity can be shown by doing, as the colleague said, yeah, and not by an essence. There is no essence. It is a practice. And I think Bible inspires us to show, as the colleague said, to show through our life, yeah, what is our identity. So just, yeah.
Thank you so much, Franz. And there is also a last contribution from Namita, I think speaking a bit with Stefania. Relativization of individual identity into the digital world can be countered by return to identity of being God loved, created in God's image and likeness. I do not conclude this section because it's impossible, because it was beautiful. Today was very alive with a lot of persons that intervened, and I'm extremely happy about that. So the only thing that I need to tell is thank you. Thank you for the people who prepare. the paper, who present with a lot of love, attention, competence, and I hope that they share with us. Thank you for all of us, because all of us interviewed. Thank you to the people that could not be present now for meeting children or a problem of internet. And tomorrow we are going to meet again 12 o'clock Rome time for another exciting journey. Of course, our first presenter, Father Agustin, cannot be with us because the mother died. So perhaps I invite all of you to keep the family in your heart and to tell a prayer, because in this week there is the funeral of the mother. It's one of our brothers, so let us pray for us. Thank you a lot. I don't know if Father Jean has something to add. Otherwise, see you tomorrow.
Only that the organizing team is remaining.